Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. We all been lied to about history. The who, the what, the when, the where, the how. Very shocking information. Let's get right into it. Be very good. Just couldn't enjoy all this good information I found without y'all.
The Cheyenne Mountain Complex wasn't built, it was found. Military locations such as the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, Colorado Springs, a fully self-sustaining underground city. Designated as a military complex, pinning it as military, and doing this to restrict the public to an old world, extremely advanced location. By saying that this site is for military purposes, this immediately makes it illegal for the public to go there and dig deeper. The Cheyenne Mountain Complex, it includes 25-ton doors. We are told that there are 15 massive underground buildings with independent air, water, and power supply, all inside this mountain. And the ability to survive any type of event that takes place on the surface. I believe that we've found a location and other sites that are from the old world and are now pinned as military sites today. I believe that these locations, and there are many all over the world, these locations were constructed by the previous civilization. These sites were found. They were looted by the governments, and these sites are fully restricted to the public today. We are all told that the official purpose of the Cheyenne Mountain Complex was all for the Cold War, serving as the headquarters for the North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, doing all of this to monitor nuclear missile launches and coordinating U.S. defense responses. So they pin it as a military complex. And then this immediately, with no questions asked, it immediately restricts it from the public and the whole world. As soon as they do this, this location is now classified, all for national security. The official story, what they're telling us, is that this massive facility was carved 2,000 feet into solid granite, doing this using 1960s technology and getting the whole thing done in just 6 years. None of this is logical at all, especially when we see that it is recorded that 700,000 tons of solid granite were removed from Cheyenne Mountain. Just 6 years, during an era that predated modern tunneling equipment, digital surveying tools, and high-efficiency debris removal systems. Not only did they remove the granite perfectly and never made a mistake, but they also supposedly constructed the 15 steel-reinforced underground buildings. And nobody is talking about this. This would be one of the most incredible accomplishments in modern engineering. But I believe that the reason that it's off limits and not praised from the rooftops is because it was found. And there is so much more than 15 buildings. And they wanted to use the old world sites, and they still do today. They relocated NORAD operations in 2006. But the Cheyenne Mountain Complex was never decommissioned. Because if they did this, it would no longer be classified, and the public would then be able to see what was going on there. So they kept it going. Still for military use, of course. Fully staffed, we are told. Power stayed on and operational. In 2015, the Pentagon awarded a $700 million contract to upgrade the infrastructure. Could you even imagine what is really going on in there? Could you even imagine what they found? Is this a location that the previous civilization stayed, hid? Does this place that we live, does it have resets more often than we know? A place that we are told is fully self-sustaining, an underground city with massive underground buildings and independent air, water, and power supply. This doesn't sound like something that our timeline does. Not at all. This sounds like something that the previous civilization would do. And we all know what our technology was in the 1960s. We know what it looked like. Thanks to NASA.gov, we have a great photo. We were riding around on lawn chairs and we had upside down umbrellas. It was incredible. No, our civilization, in my opinion, was not constructing massive, self-sustaining underground complexes in just 6 years underneath a mountain. And the Cheyenne Mountain Complex 100% remains active and a critical component of the U.S. national defense. And what's so weird is that they will not take a picture and show us all the 15 buildings that are in there. Meaning, of course, like we said earlier, that there may be more. And they're probably not steel beam buildings. I believe that these are palaces. They will not show us a picture of the barracks, storage vaults, or the deepest tunnels. No visual proof of any deeper levels below the main complex. Meaning, this thing could be massive and so much bigger than we are told. I guarantee that in the 1960s, after they said they built this in 6 years, if they allowed the public to go inside at that point, their 6-year timeline would have been shredded in an instant because the complex would have been massive and so much bigger than we are told. And a 6-year timeline would have been laughable. We've seen the 18-level tunnel network in Turkey from episode 84. This place had to be so much more in depth and still is today. A much more powerful site. A site that would have totally shredded their mainstream story hour in a single second. And the craziest part is that this is not the only one in the world. There is another one in Russia during the Cold War. And of course, we are told that this one was built in the 1970s, all during the same exact time period. It was just normal to start constructing massive complexes right underneath the mountain. No, I believe that they were finding them because they figured out what to look for. And the one in Russia, we are told, doesn't just have a few buildings. We are told that U.S. intelligence believes that this one has massive, full underground cities. And trust me, we are just getting started today. Welcome to episode 127 of My Lunch Break. I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new, welcome.
Insightful information that we need to know.
1775 Coffee just dropped their starter kit. So if you've been scared to commit, don't worry. It's not vegan, it's not woke, and it won't ask you for your pronouns. It's coffee. You already know we back it. Now, reduce biological age. Translation, your morning awesome. Thank you to Rebecca Kay, David and Sherry Ferguson, Chuck Templeton, Joy Lee, and 112. All show exactly where the previous civilization went. The ones that didn't make it. The structures that didn't make it. June 3rd, the D-class that we just talked about. We get a map with projected rail lines, completed rail lines, road and construction areas, operation areas, housing, and more. Then on the next page, page 4, which I'm guessing had another map, we get page denied. So obviously there's a lot going on here that's still off limits to the public. Page 5, we get the analysis from 1984. D-classed, we are told that there is an extensive underground construction project where it is constructed into hard crystalline rock. The function of the project, which we already know here, it doesn't resemble a mining operation. Of course it doesn't. And it has not been determined what the true function of the project is at that time. They cannot figure out what the function of the project is. These intelligence officials were over there and they were very good at their job. I believe that they didn't have the clearance to know what this was, but they were so good at their job that they figured out that this was not a mining project. And I believe that this is something that they'd never seen before. The US government declassed that this is not for mining, and the true purpose of the underground complex is unknown. Going on down here to say, they took images revealing that the project spanned almost 20 nautical miles. Massive and far larger than any normal military base. Page 6 of 6 stating they were constructing buildings that were covering vertical shafts to descend into the complex, as well as the tunnel entrances. And they gave us the coordinates right here at the bottom. These locations right now show a ton of trees and no street view, even going back in time to 2008. It's covered by trees and you can't put the guy down. But every single one of us already know something is there in all of these locations. These locations may look like nothing right now, but these are markers to enter underground. These are locations to the shafts. Remember, we were told in the D class that they were designed to blend in with no security fences. If we were all going to hide something, you wouldn't mark it with a sign. You would make it so that when you look overhead, you would see nothing. It would look exactly like it looks today. You would blend it in. I guarantee you, if you go to these locations today, there will be an entrance. So let's go back and take this even further. The first coordinates that we are given looks like nothing, but it is of course located right next to this town. Mezgari is a closed city. The entire town was built, operated, and secured by the military for the purpose of supporting classified projects. This is a closed town, a closed city. The entire city was built. It was operated and secured by the military for the purpose of supporting classified projects. Entry to this town is strictly prohibited to outsiders. Even the Russian citizens must obtain special military authorization just to visit. So you got to be a part of the military. You can't just go in this city. And you have to have military authorization in order to work within its borders. This city houses military personnel, engineers, scientific specialists, and admin staff. This location, this entire location, is completely locked down. And these coordinates are access points to this massive old world underground city that is right underneath the ground in this location. So who gave us these coordinates? Why should we trust them? These locations, they were given to us by top U.S. military intelligence analysis, trained to detect and assess secret enemy infrastructure. The NPIC, or the National Photographic Interpretation Center. Now, going back to Google Earth for a second, we've talked about how these mountains could be massive complexes inside. We've seen it, and now I believe we are totally getting confirmation. In my opinion, these were not recently constructed underground cities. I fully believe that they were found. And the ones that are in use today, like these two that we have shown, were just incredible. So incredible that they didn't want to destroy them. They wanted to use them. So just pinning them as military complexes is the easiest way to do this. And nobody's going to think twice about it. And it's theirs to keep forever. Whatever technology, any artifacts inside, the tools, or the structure itself, all of it will be off limits to the public. And it's hidden. You can't see it because it's underground. And they can actually put it to use right now. And if anything catastrophic happened again, they have a mountain palace from the old world to go hide in. Let's take a minute and thank all of our badge members, all of our Patreons, and every single subscriber, and everybody who likes the episodes. You are all awesome. I appreciate all of you. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. There is so much more on the way that I cannot wait to share with you all. That from us. So Denver seems pretty interesting. We have the Denver airport, where the entire world knows at this point that there are underground complexes there, when they just went $3.1 billion over budget, saying that it was all for baggage handling systems, with many engineers and contractors who worked on the site describing entire underground levels, including tunnels and large spaces. All of this, of course, had nothing to do with baggage. The DIA has a vast underground baggage system that was supposedly just abandoned. This is confirmed. Also confirmed, multiple levels of underground tunnels, with workers, again, reporting sealed off tunnels, rooms, and security clearances. All of this is under a public airport, with 5 known buildings being underground, and were constructed during the early phases of DIA construction. Now, I'm not saying these buildings were constructed by the previous civilization at the Denver airport, but what I am suggesting is that there is a massive complex, and it's called the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, and it's located right down the road. And again, we don't know how big this thing really is, or where it extends underground. We know it's there, that's undeniable, and we also know that we are not allowed to go. and see what's inside or how big it is. We know that the Denver airport also has buildings underground. These locations are all up for debate. All questions about them have to be on the table at this point. We know they are off limits to the public. We know there are underground buildings, locations that thousands of people can live, no problem at all. These are locations that can sustain massive catastrophic events. So why would we all think that they couldn't be connected right down the road, right under our feet, all over the world? And what else is right next to the Cheyenne Mountain Complex? Now that we're going to start questioning military bases, the Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado Springs, the headquarters for the U.S. Space Command. This is where the U.S. Space Force is located right now, right across the street from the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Is the Space Force to see what's going on above us, or is it to see what's going on below us? You tell me. We have another military complex right here, and then another one next to the Denver airport. All of this is telling me that this is all connected, and it's massive. The United States is different than Russia. The United States of America, the U.S. government, cannot legally create closed cities like we just saw in Russia. This is because of the constitutional protection. The 5th and the 14th Amendment guarantee citizens the fundamental right to move freely within and between states, a principle that has been repeatedly upheld by the Supreme Court. So because the government cannot say that this city or this location is closed to the public, like we saw in Russia, they have to legally find another way. And this is exactly why they created the military base excuse. And now you know. And once you know, you will never go back to not knowing. Bases like the Cheyenne Mountain and Peterson Space Force Base, these are federal military properties where civilians are barred because they cannot enter controlled military zones. They are no longer public towns, and this is how it's done. Blocking off old world underground sites in 1956, documented hundreds of times. Our timeline over and over and over. The Finders. Do you enjoy the truth? Please subscribe. Military bases, sites that are designated for military operations, is an incredible way to go around the Constitution and restrict the public from old world sites. Raven Rock Mountain Complex, for the 3rd time on this channel and the 2nd time in the USA, we have located a mountain that has a giant underground city inside of it. Raven Rock, also known as the Underground Pentagon. Let's go further. We are told that they completed this thing in 1953, when we know that this is when they just found it and guarded it by military personnel with, yet again, 5 large underground buildings, each several stories tall and all connected by tunnels. This is clear evidence, in my opinion. Not every mountain, but there are definitely some. That mountains are not what we are told. Mountains with palaces inside of them and underneath them, where time and time again, they are self-sufficient, having its own water reservoir, power plant, and air filtration system. The old world, in my opinion, was constructing these for the event that takes place, a place to live safely. And our civilization found them. They were unable to just block a mountain off from the public, so they had to pin it as a military base and guard it from all of us. While at the same time, they now have an underground complex that can protect them if need be. And then telling all of us that it only took them 4 years in 1948 to complete all of this. They can't even build a road today in 4 years, let alone an underground city under a mountain with buildings and tunnels. This narrative is ridiculous. Blasting out an entire mountain of solid granite, underground buildings, miles of tunnels, blast doors, power plants, water systems, all in the 1940s. This isn't working anymore, especially when we all know that in the 2020s, a 5-level building that is built on the ground for all of us to see. For example, the Obama Presidential Center, located in Chicago, a project where the planning started in 2017, and a 4 to 5-story building above ground. They're still not done building it. They plan for it to be done in the spring of 2026. This is a 5-story building above ground today, not done. And it is insane to believe that in the 1940s, they were constructing cities in just 4 to 5 years under a mountain. This is a front story, blocking it off to the public so that we never got to see what was really inside from the previous civilization. Could you even imagine? We know that there are miles of tunnels. We know that there are buildings. We know that it's self-sustaining. I guarantee there are palaces, incredible things underneath our feet. What we see on the ground is nothing. Mountains are so much more than what we are told. And these military operations, these bases, they're loopholes to block it off to the public. So let's go deeper. Today's number one, the best tunnel boring machines can dig 1 to 1.5 miles of tunnel per month. In 1948 to 1953, they did not have this technology. They used dynamite, jackhammers, bulldozers, and trucks. So it's time to expose them forever and show the math behind this. In the 1950s, they were most likely removing 10 to 50 feet per day per tunnel crew. At 50 feet per day, they were taking 3.5 months to get 1 mile done. Without breaks, working nonstop to get 5 miles of tunnels done. Working nonstop. It would take over 4 years for the digging alone. Now, working a regular workday, 8 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week in the 1940s. This thing is taking a lot longer than 4 years, just for the digging alone. Their story is nonsense, and we all know it. This place is unbelievable. It's also way bigger than 5 miles. So it's time to take this even further. I want to show that this thing is bigger than 5 miles, and it's all under our feet right now. We have public official statements stating that Raven Rock is larger than many small towns underground. Another calling it a spider web. We're 6 miles away. We have a place that many of us have heard of, Camp David, a secure presidential retreat guarded by Marines and Secret Service. We all know that it's connected underground, and we all know that it's a military operation. So now we know exactly what to look for. We look for the military bases. We all know right now that Camp David, only 6 miles away, is connected to Little Pentagon or Raven Rock. Do we all think that the president really just goes and hangs out in this little shack for fun all the time? Do we think he's just going in the middle of the woods for a retreat? Come on. These people live in old world palaces and own their own mansions. Why would a single president feel the need to go vacation here? Why would a single president that owns their own mansion, they just need to go vacation here at Camp David this many times? It's crazy. Check this out. Richard Nixon goes there 160 times. That's nuts. Gerald Ford goes there 29 times. Carter goes there 99 times. Reagan goes to this place 189 times. What is so fun? I haven't gone anywhere 189 times. This place doesn't look that fun. The first Bush goes there 124 times. Clinton goes there 60 times. Bush number 2 goes there another 150 times. Obama 39. Trump goes there 15 times. And Biden goes there 29 times as of August 2023. So I'm sure he went more than that. Let's break this down. Donald Trump owns Mar-a-Lago, a freaking palace resort in Palm Beach, Florida. 126 rooms and 62,500 square feet. And he has his own private club with a golf course that you'd only see in your dreams. It has amenities that would blow your mind. He can go to this place whenever he wants, even as president. He owns the whole thing. And not only this, but as president, you also live in the White House, which is another old world palace, and you have your own chef. Why in the world would he ever want to visit Camp David? Why would he want to go there 15 freaking times? At no point in time has a person with billions of dollars gone camping in a hut, and especially not 15 times. But let me tell you, and don't forget it, Camp David is no hut. This is a powerful location, and I believe it is a front for a very powerful underground network connecting 6 miles. And I promise, we are just getting started today. Welcome to episode 128 of My Lunch Break. I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new, welcome. Could your health issues be caused by an invisible enemy? Fatigue, bloating, brain fog. What if parasites are the real culprit? I was digging into parasite cleanses and pinned all of the military locations on the map surrounding Raven Rock. I'm going to show you how this is all connected. And I believe it's all connected underground. And it has been for so much longer than we're all told. I believe that these are important locations due to what was found. With Raven Rock centrally located on the map, we have Gettysburg 6 miles away as well, proving, in my opinion, that this really is a webbed underground network connecting to all these military locations and sites. Gettysburg was a huge Civil War battle in 1863 and remembered as the turning point in the Civil War. This is the location right next to Raven Rock. The Underground Railroad? Anyone? So right in the middle of all of these military locations, we have Raven Rock, where there are no tours to the public. This place is locked down and totally off limits, exactly like the other two. No entry under any circumstances. It's illegal to even approach the surrounding areas. The whole thing is guarded by the U.S. Army personnel and monitored 24/7. And satellite imagery is restricted around the entrances. So I'm not sure how we got this shot, but we did. And there you go. Rest assured that it wasn't from Google Earth. No full public map has ever been released. And this alone proves that it's way bigger than we are told. This thing is not 5 miles, and it wasn't built in 4 years in the 1940s. This is a powerful location that was found, and now it's off limits to the public fully, and it's guarded. And to prove they found this and totally freaked out, the government bought out and seized the land surrounding the site through eminent domain. Locals were forced to move. Farms and homes were wiped off the map, all to restrict the area surrounding the entrances. All of this, in my opinion, and of course you are always free to think whatever you like, this site is gated, guarded, restricted. Very important military bases, locations, all right next to each other surrounding Raven Rock. We all know that there is a massive city right under the ground there. And we all know they didn't build it. They found it. With more images of the entrances, these are named portals A and B. And as we swing around the side here, we can see portals C and D. Multiple entrances to a massive underground, old world complex, a city where we know there are buildings inside. I will never from this point on be able to just look at a mountain the same again. There's no way. Let's take a minute and thank all of our badge members, all of our Patreons, and every single subscriber, and everybody who likes the episodes. You are all awesome. I appreciate all of you. We are just getting started on this channel. The Raven Rock, right? Wait, what is this? What is going on here? Washington, D.C. is located right next to all of this. A massive location connecting it all. And as we find this in real time, notes just decide to close automatically. It's all random, of course. Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America, without a doubt, is connected underground to all of this. This is unbelievable. I know that we're correct about this because thinking logically, the construction timeline doesn't add up. 4 years. No way. The major locations surrounding the area are all off limits and all for military purposes. We have Washington, D.C. right down the road, the capital of the United States. We know there is an underground city in this location. They have told us this, and we can see it. And it's all built into solid rock. It's documented. We can see the entrances, and we've seen this twice now in the USA and once in Russia. We know that this sort of thing is not a once-off. We know that they were built to be places that thousands of people could go live in for extended periods of time, in case there was some sort of event that wiped people off the map. Just like we've talked about so many times on this channel, and this is where all these buildings come from, the previous civilization. A very powerful, extremely advanced group of people that lived here before us. We know this. We know that nobody was building all of this in just 4 years in the 1940s. And this is exactly why it's off limits to the public. If you let people go in there and didn't say it was a military base, it would completely destroy their narrative. The pictorial map of Maryland, which is right around this area, was published in 1935 by Edwin Tunis. And what do we all see right here? What is being depicted? Are you kidding me? We have an airship right here, right in the middle, right here in Baltimore. And this is incredible, where thousands of people looked up and saw it floating across the sky, silently like a ghost ship. Episode 48. Go check it out after this. And do we all remember from episode 124? Do we all remember the space treaty, where civilians were allowed to use SAR images to see what was under the ground in all 100 countries that signed it? Do you understand just how badly they don't want you to know what's going on here? So I'm going to take this research to another level from here on out. Remember when I said we need more independent researchers that can learn these SAR scanning methods? You guys can do that, but we have upgraded our systems here. And we are going to just start ripping these places apart. We're going to start doing the SAR scanning, and we're going to start doing it right now. Here we go. We have located the area where Raven Rock is located using SAR. We are going to be able to see right under the surface and right through all the trees. So we're going to change the settings here to get a clearer look and zoom in. And you can see that there are massive structures right under the ground. This is unbelievable. Huge tunnel networks in a massive opening. Look at these tunnels. This is a massive area. So this structure right here, it has to be huge. This is crazy. Can you even imagine what we're going to unlock? These are obviously not naturally forming at all. We have 90-degree angles all over the place. You have this massive one right in the center. And then you have another one right over here to the left. This is like a massive city. There's so many buildings right here. There are so many underground structures, and it all looks identical to the way that it was described to us, just like an underground city that can hold thousands of people. This is massive to our research and what we're doing here. This is going to unlock so much for us when we take this SAR analysis and start looking underneath the cathedrals. The upcoming episodes will begin to open so many people's eyes. And for anybody that needs additional confirmation, let's send this photo into their AI, ChatGPT, where it says, yes, you are seeing what's happening at and just under the surface. The patterns you're seeing, those are not random. They are signatures of underground human activity. They're ancient buried structures, just like we talked about. And I cannot wait to show you what we're going to do next. See ya. Understanding of how these names, towns and buildings are connected through the AI. There is a reoccurring fire theme. There are all these strange patterns where we have hours and hours of documented evidence of this. We focus on the old world here and the previous civilization and the hidden coded messages within these false narratives, and it all translates into today's world 100%. We know that the airports are so strange. And in my opinion, especially the big ones, They were previously there, and we have added on to them. We know that the Denver airport is strange in itself, said to have many buildings that are under the ground. And when we look at the O'Hare International Airport, and we have its location and see the address, we find something very strange. Again, coded messages, even in addresses for airports. Here we go. We see 10000 Bessie Coleman Drive, Chicago, Illinois, with a zip code of 60666. We have a lot of interesting things to look into today, including giants. We visited the Mounds, which is clearly a massive pyramid right next to St. Louis. We have boots on the ground footage in episode 45, and I thought that we covered the best parts of that story until I found this article titled The Mounds Complex, Ancient Open Air University of North America for teaching navigation and cyclic astronomy. Here we go. We scroll down and find this paragraph. In the 1880s, archaeologists went into the site and found a vast amount of skeletal evidence in the mounds, sometimes in deep chambers far from the surface. They found very large individuals, achieving heights of 7 to 8 feet in stature. In a few instances, the skeletons had 6 fingers, 6 toes, and double rows of teeth, where hair was still present. It was often red or blonde in color. All right, interesting. I don't remember being taught of the 6-fingered giants. Well, let's keep going. Here in the very next paragraph, I think we find which group is being controlled and being told to hide this information from us. I look at this group as a front. I think they're being told to do this by the hidden group, but let's see what happened here. And you, of course, can decide for yourself. John Wesley Powell lived with the Indians, and of course, became the first director of the U.S. Bureau of Ethnology at the Smithsonian Institute. Powell started deciding what we were going to learn, deciding that the Indians were the only people who had ever been in the Americas prior to Columbus. So, he tells us that the Indians were responsible for the Cahokia Mounds. Very interesting. And also, Columbus, in my opinion, was not a real character and just another story where if you think he was good or bad, you are admitting that he was real, when in reality, he's a fictional character to attempt to set up their ridiculous timeline. Are you ready to go even deeper? We have fully documented reliable accounts of the Smithsonian Institute personnel traveling to the 1800s communities in Middle America to take possession of large skeletons exhumed from the mounds, where they have this information documented in papers. Then we have Patricia Mason of Ohio reaching out to the Smithsonian Institute for more information to try to find these giant skeletons that were somehow gifted to this museum, or you could call it a burn pit, because they told Patricia that the Smithsonian Institute never received any of these items. So we clearly have an operation here. We are starting to see who is doing what. We are seeing key players in the game and who is attempting to hide our past from us. At this point, there were 100% giants in my opinion. The doors that we've seen here are massive. They aren't for us. Buildings are way too big. They aren't proportionate to our size at all. And when you find this article from 1891, where it states that the old Catholic temple erected at 120 years ago in 1771, which was 5 years before the USA was even found. It was abandoned as a church. The old temple has an interesting history. Well, I'm sure it does. A temple in from 1771. And wait, what did they say was 24 inches under the dirt at from episode 45? What appeared to be the outline of the temple. Was this temple and these giant bones here so much closer to our timeline than we are told, covered up by dirt at some point after 1891? They could be talking about another temple located in the same town of, but how many temples does one small town have in 1771? This is all very strange. Either this is the temple and it was built in 1771 and this was common knowledge, possibly by giants, or was filled with temples. It's very interesting stuff. How many temples does your town have? In 1771, I guess they just had a bunch of temples all over the place. What is going on here? Especially when St. Clair County, the county that is located in, wasn't even found until April 27th, 1790, which is like 20 years after they say this temple was built. The mainstream history is a complete mess at this point. It isn't logical at all. The truth is smooth. It makes sense. There aren't holes in the truth. A lie is a mess and all over the place. And this is exactly why we fully trust the mainstream narrative. Oh, wait, we don't? Now in Columbus, Ohio, we are given one of the most important narratives to this point, to our research, in my opinion. We have the Pontifical College, Josephinum, where Joseph comes over to the USA from Germany in 1867. 3 years later, he becomes a priest and has his own church within a few months. And he gets to buy the house next door, of course, to support 12 orphans. And do we all know about the orphans at this point? Possibly a repopulation tactic that was going on in the 1800s. It's very interesting. Was it only 12 orphans? Or was this one of the places that they would send the orphans through to get them into society? Because who would ever question Joseph the priest from the 1800s? You know, the guy that just randomly shows up from Germany, has all the money ready to buy houses somehow, to support orphans. It all checks out, of course. Simple stuff for Joseph. This was known as the St. Joseph Orphan Asylum. It grew so rapidly for some weird and, of course, very random reason that 5 years after it began, Joseph moved the operation closer to the railroad, which is how these individuals would be dispersed throughout the country. So this is a paragraph of admission. We are being told down to the smallest detail how this operation worked. It would go through churches. They would bring a manager type over from Europe, call them a priest, give them a house, give them the resources to run these operations, purchasing new buildings with ease to run the program. So not only do you have the World's Fairs that were a repopulation tactic, you had these orphan trains and orphan hubs where they would be dropped off and planted into society. The new facility that Joseph was just finding and saying was his. I want to make that clear. He wasn't building anything. He was given these buildings that were already there from the previous civilization. So the new building gave the orphans a training in the trades. So this Joseph guy was obviously sent with a purpose to repopulate and teach to a brand new society, one that didn't have any skills. This right here is how you reset a society's technology level. The teacher is never in charge of what the students learn. This Joseph character is a teacher of a class. He is not the principal of the school. There are many schools. He is clearly taking direction as to what the students of the new society will learn. There were many classes like this one all over the country, happening simultaneously. This was an operation. This went on for 12 years with zero backstory. Finds the Collegium Josephinum, this massive college, is just found and ready to roll. No clue where the money came from. No mention of how many men were needed to build this place. Just found it. And its first class of 23 men began. It's unbelievable. This is one of the most important stories to our research, in my opinion, because it shows exactly how the operation took place. It's actually laying it all out there and shows us exactly how they repopulated these regions in the USA. It shows us the operation with the orphans, the teaching programs. And this was our base for our technological knowledge. Whoever controlled this operation from the top has all of the technology from the previous civilization and is controlling what technology we get to have. And they've clearly been doing this for a very long time. And for anyone that's on the fence, we have the St. Vincent's Infant Asylum located in Baltimore, where we have tunnels under the ground. This infant asylum was in use in the mid-1800s, during the same time period as German transferred Joseph. And what do you know? In the early 1900s, the operation was done. And they declined new orphans. 1941, they changed this to apartments. And in 2015, they light it up and try to destroy it with a fire, but they fail. So 3 years later, what do you think happens? 2018, the building was illegally demolished without a permit. You literally can't make this stuff up. It gets more and more obvious if you're still on the fence. Let's go even deeper. we have the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum, located in Galveston, Texas, where they tell us that this one is haunted. Now, I've talked about hauntings before briefly. I'm not going to say that there aren't any hauntings, but when it comes to these old world buildings, I think it was a tactic to keep people away from them. Just say that they're haunted, and it scares everyone away from investigating. So we have yet again another orphan operation going on in the mid 1800s. And I'm just going to let you know that this is going on and on and on. There were so many orphan operations going on in the mid 1800s because this was how they were repopulating these cities. So where were all these kids' parents? Is this where a lot of our families originated from? We are told hundreds of fire stories. We know that that is the key and the nod, that it's a building that was constructed by the previous civilization. The St. Mary's Orphan Asylum. For anyone wondering where the parents of these orphans were, you might want to check the other asylum, the insane asylum, because they were not going along with the reset. Here's a graph showing that the insane asylums are disappearing over time. And I wonder why. Good thing they cared so much about us in 1955 and 1965, because surely that was the fix. And then a fire had devastated the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum in 1875. If anyone is still on the fence, there is room over here to get off the fence. And honestly, who would want to sit on top of a fence anyway? So we have Ohio, Baltimore, Texas. We have all these towns and cities being repopulated. Brand new people, brand new social structures, brand new mindsets, and resetting what people are taught. This all happened around 150 years ago. So this is all very new. This isn't thousands of years ago. Then we have another very interesting aspect of this in Germany during this same exact time period. And remember, we also have good old Joseph from earlier, also from Germany. So here we are given the Kinderbewahrungsanstalt. And if I pronounce that wrong, I hope you all understand. This is where we are given kindergarten, another tactic to teach children the brand new social structures. What better way to trick people? Take them out of their family's home and tell them what to think, and then test them on it. Failing the test will then lower your self-esteem, putting a social pressure on children to agree with this new way of taught, or they will be called dumb and get an F. This is an operation. It's all connected, and it's designed to enslave the world's population. Year after year, we are all taught a false narrative. We've all been brainwashed into thinking that you are either smart or dumb based on a curriculum that holds zero value in the real world. Now, who knows if this Frederick Froebel was even a real character, but they do admit that kindergarten starts in Germany around the exact same time period that we're talking about, the mid 1800s. So I wanted to tie it all in with the rest of the world. This is a worldwide operation. This is not just the USA. We have a lot of things in the USA being controlled through Germany during this time period, especially the education aspect of it. And I want to point out that yes, we have borders and division now. We have so many countries in the world, and everyone is separated. And you're unable to travel to other lands unless you have a piece of paper that is registered and checked at the checkpoints. But who's to say that there even was a border in the previous civilization? Were there so-called elected leaders controlling everyone, deciding what we can and cannot do? Could they have had a truly free life where they were able to travel wherever they want freely and not feel like they're invading someone else's territory? I would say, in my opinion, this was the world that was here before the reset. And something happened where this past civilization was wiped out and their technology was stolen by a group. And some of it is now being sold back to us strategically. The good stuff is kept to control the masses and used for their benefit. Here we have the St. Joseph's Orphanage, located in Vermont. And if you want to know where they get these horror movies, where they show a nun doing crazy things, there's a dark truth to it. These movies don't come out of nowhere. They come from the last 150 years. Here in Vermont, in the mid 1800s, again, thousands of children came through its doors. If you want to demoralize, control, and manipulate a new population, make them completely forget their past and never question what they're told, you would make them suffer. You would take them, their families, and you would ruin their mind at a young age. This is exactly what happened in the wars, where all men between ages 21 to 45 were required to fight in World War I, which was in 1914 to 1919. 2.8 million men drafted, 2 million volunteered, where you get the term shell-shocked or mentally confused. But talk about destroying minds and making sure that the population is unable to focus on finding the truth. So we have millions of people in wars. We have more than 5 million American children passing through the orphanage system in the 1900s alone, hitting its peak in the early 1900s. So it began in the mid 1800s and really ramped up to populate these cities. The American orphanage system included more than 1,600 institutions, partly supported by public funding, but usually run by religious orders, exactly like we talked about in the beginning of this episode. So I think we have now a very solid understanding how the USA was repopulated, how this operation took place, and exactly when it took place. I think that we now have factual evidence as to when this reset really happened. And I think that every episode that is released makes episode 10 and 38 stronger and stronger, giving us more and more proof to our true history. I promise that I have something that will take the mainstream history that we've been force-fed since day one and rip it right in half. So here we go. The photo description states that in the summer of 1903, construction continues inside the entrance to the Palace of Machinery for the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, the 1904 World's Fair. The date of this photo is in 1903. The fair in St. Louis was in 1904. So this would all make perfect sense, except there's a massive flaw. A flaw so big that it's undeniable proof that this building was constructed 100 years before the 1903 date that we are told, and proof that there was a mud flood that ripped through this building at some point after 1803. Where is the foundation of this building? Incredibly detailed construction projects do not take place on top of dirt and garbage. This, in my opinion, is the most incredible photo that I have ever seen to this point. A lie right in our faces, saying that this was being built in 1903, when we have multiple dates of 1803 time-stamped right on the building, multiple times. Not only that, but you can see that the mud flood damaged the bottom of this building here. The mud came after the construction, not before. And I want to make that point very clear. This is a cleanup project, 100%. After this World's Fair, they knocked these buildings down, not because they were pathetic, but because they held dates that do not fit in our mainstream timeline and architecture that we cannot reproduce today. It's incredible. I've been talking to many people, engineers, construction workers, architects, and more about this photo. They are telling me that this is undeniable proof. And at this point, there isn't an excuse in the book that could save the mainstream history. It's time for everyone to wake up to the nonsense that we have all been force-fed to believe. There are a lot of hidden photos that I'm about to share, and they no longer have to be buried deep in the archives. And for the beginning of these photos, I want to focus on the main theme. The theme being that the building is completed, and they are simply putting scaffolding around the buildings. In my opinion, they are painting these buildings white so that they look brand new, when in reality, they are old and from the past civilization. Here we are told is the government building in the Philippine Exposition. We can zoom in on these guys, and of course, they're not doing anything productive. You would think that they could build a better ladder compared to what they supposedly built right next to them. And again, let's switch over to this one, where we are told that this is a construction photo when it's clearly completed. The only construction going on here is the scaffolding. Again and again, people just standing there looking so odd. And it almost looks like they just have a kid here. I mean, look at the detail on top of the columns. It's unbelievable. And I believe that I was correct when I said that they were just painting these buildings. They are not constructing anything. Now let's look down here at the bottom right-hand side of this photo. It says right here that these are painters and decorators. They are not building anything like the description says for these photos. And they needed a place to live on site because they were painting all of these old world buildings. They were going to be there for a while. The buildings lasted forever. The paint did not. So they needed to get a fresh coat of paint on there. But when you look at the description of the photo, it says that it's a photo during its construction. So they are clearly lying. Painting is not constructing. It's painting. Two different, completely separate jobs. So these are all from the St. Louis World's Fair that we showed in the intro. The dates are from 1803. not 1903, and it had a mud flood that ripped through the interior of these buildings. So let's take a look at this building from St. Louis. And this is founded and renamed the Varied Industries Building. This is another completion photo that they're trying to say is a construction photo. And I want to zoom in on the top of this building. Can you believe the tech that is on the top of this thing? It's incredible. We have shown the airships in episode 48 and how they connected these flying crafts to the top of these buildings and used them as charging docks. And to be clear, I don't think that the past civilization was limited to just these airships that we have photos of. I think that they had much more powerful vehicles. But let's get back to these photos. Skeptics have said these buildings were just made of wood and very easily constructed, and then that's why they knocked them down. No, the only wood that was being used in this project is for the scaffolding to paint the old world buildings white. The lumber is for the scaffolding, not the actual building. Let's make that very clear. If you've ever gone to one of these buildings, the pillars are pure marble. They're not wood. You can use the Field Museum as an example, located in Chicago. Now here we have another incredible construction photo, where for some reason, there isn't much construction going on, just a building with more scaffolding. So my question is, how have they gotten away with this nonsense for so long? That is not construction. I can clearly see that the building is done. Just because someone put a ladder in front of it doesn't mean this is being constructed. This is the process that painters use. Any painter will confirm this. And also imagine carrying these materials up that scaffolding. If this was really a construction photo, it would be impossible and very embarrassing because nobody would be able to do it. Does anyone see a crane anywhere? No. Once you know, you know. You don't go back to believing in the lies because they are ridiculous. We have more tech in the background here. There are two of them actually. And here we have a bunch of people that found this building. Let's take a second and look at the size of this thing. This was the Palace of Electricity. Could you imagine this being constructed today? This thing is unbelievable. And remember, there were so many of these buildings being thrown together in like 2 years supposedly at the same exact time. Oh, and they are all dated 1803, not 1903. And what happened to the Palace of Electricity? We were told that these buildings were practically worthless, and they ended up in dump sites because they were just made of wood, right? The problem with that is that they are contradicting themselves. The Missouri History Museum states that the construction for the Palace of Electricity and Machinery costed them $412,000, which is the equivalent to $11.48 million today in 2023. So it's practically worthless, or is it 11.4 million? This is the kind of stuff that makes me fully trust the mainstream narrative. I love just knowing deep down that they would never lie to us. It's just really nice to know. I love that they provide us with full logistical details. They never contradict themselves. They go that extra mile to make sure that what we are being told is exactly what happened. Oh, they don't do any of that? No, they don't do any of that. Literally none of it. The title states that this is the Iowa State Pavilion construction. And if you just shut your eyes right now, you can clearly see them right there laying the cornerstone. Okay, you can open your eyes now. This is the master builder down here. And those guys up there were also fully trained on how to build massive palaces. In fact, they are admittedly self-trained, getting a lot of their architecture designs and ideas from working on Abe Lincoln's house. As you can see, they were very busy workers. They got that building done in less than 2 years, ready for the world to see. Temporarily, of course, before knocking it down, so that nobody would ever see it again. And we can't forget to mention that they have painters actually painting this building, 4 of them to be exact, proving again that these are not construction photos. They are painting photos. And over on the right-hand side of this photo, we can clearly see a construction process happening, putting the scaffolding together with perfection. Just look at that scaffolding architecture. Okay, I'll be done with the sarcasm for today. The mainstream narrative is so ridiculous. It's really hard to not make fun of it at this point. And then we have more painters. He's got his paintbrush in his hand and the paint right there on the scaffolding. So it's pretty clear at this point that these are no longer allowed to be considered construction photos for anyone that ever had a doubt in their mind. Now he's holding up a hat, and that hat says something on it. I wish I knew what it said. Comment below what you think that hat says. All answers are accepted. And here we have the United States Fisheries Building during its completion. But I'm going to zoom in on this building on the right-hand side because it's very strange. And we have these creatures' faces on the side of this building with writing here as well. I can't see exactly what it says, but it definitely doesn't say Fisheries Building. And then we can see more painters up here on the left-hand side. And here we have a modern fisheries building, built by us, of course, which won't last forever, unfortunately, because that's the way we construct things. So here we have a fisheries building that is designed by the Greek gods. And we are told that this is a separation of 100 years, but we are evolving and advancing, when in all honesty, that's the complete opposite. More and more people are realizing that the mainstream history that is written down by some random individual that was never even there and is being told what to write is a joke. Anyone that is seriously backing the regurgitated nonsense at this point and is serious about it should be very careful what they hope and believe in, because I have a lot more on the way that is going to rip their history books apart. So let's switch gears here for part 2. I want to show you all the Grimes County Courthouse, located in Anderson, Texas. And we'll just go right in on their website and can really understand how deep the lie goes and how many times it's happened and how these stories are a code, and in my opinion, written by the AI. And a clear giveaway is the repetition. The courthouse was supposedly designed by Glover and Company and completed in 1894, where it incorporates the east wall and foundations of an earlier courthouse that was, you guessed it, destroyed by a fire. So we are all aware of what the fire narrative really means at this point. It is a nod to their group that this building is from the old world. There was never a fire here, and this building is the original building. The fires that happen today are real. You can see them. The fires are there to destroy the previous civilization's work. And they are not just fires. In my opinion, they are demolitions. Stone and brick do not burn down from a house fire. And this is common knowledge. The fire story today is to destroy these buildings, collect the insurance check, and there's nobody to blame, conveniently. Now, a fire story from the 1800s is weird because they're trying to fit these incredible buildings into this insane timeline that they're trying to come up with. It's simply a nod, and we know this now. The amount of times that the fire narrative is given to us is alarming. Can you imagine every single house in your neighborhood going up in a fire? No, that's not possible. But nearly every single old world building has a fire story. The probability of that is 0%. So let's stay in Anderson County, Texas, where they have another courthouse that has a backstory that, in my opinion, wouldn't hold up in their own courthouse, located at One Public Square in Palestine, Anderson County, Texas. This building was built on top of the highest hill in Palestine. And we all know when there is a big hill that something is most likely under the grass. We've shown this a lot. Episode 45 has an awesome example of this. Of course, we get the weirdest reoccurring names here, which we have shown a lot. How the AI can't come up with different names. It basically takes like 3 names and scrambles them. It's actually bizarre. It's very weird. Episode 43 is my favorite example of this with the Fredericks. But here we get the architects, Charles Henry Page and Louis Charles Page. So we get Charles Page and Louis Charles Page. That's fine, they can be brothers. But we know the reoccurring names at this point and know that this is not an accident. And we know what's really going on here. The mom and dad didn't put Charles as the one kid's name and Charles for the other kid's middle name. It's a clear mix-up by the AI. And then calling them brothers. And to drive this home, if you're on the fence, this is the 4th courthouse on this site. And this one was thrown together by the Charles Page twins in less than a year, over 110 years ago, from 1913 to 1914. Still trusting the narrative? Or should we go deeper? The first Anderson County Courthouse, a 1-story frame structure, was built in 1847. It was replaced, supposedly, 9 years later. And this type of thing was simple in the 1800s. Building courthouses back then with a horse and a wagon with no power tools was simple stuff. It was very easy. So a 3rd courthouse, also brick, was completed in 1886, only 30 years later. But you guessed it, was, of course, destroyed by a fire in 1913. We're clearly at the point where we are proving time and time again that we have been told a massive lie and that none of the mainstream history is or ever has been telling the truth. Again, using facts and real logistics and common sense. This fire supposedly happens in 1913. This is what they're telling us. And then somehow clean this brick building up get it out of the way, get all of the new materials to the site, and knock this new courthouse out in less than a year. And it's here forever. This is insane to believe at this point. That isn't even close to a real timeline. And we're not done with Texas today. Let's go over to the Fort Bend County Courthouse and see what they have going on over there. Since, of course, we have these very real twin Charles Page brothers pinned as the architects of that one too. A brick classical revival style masterpiece that also stands the test of time. And if you thought that last one was an eye-opener, hold on to your seats, because this is the 5th courthouse in this county, which began in 1837. The structure was designed by these Page twins and all wrapped up in 1909. So from 1908 to 1909, less than a year, they got this thing done. And that's, of course, not the weirdest part, because, of course, there is more. Because we need to figure out why there's been 5 courthouses here in this town. So the 1887 courthouse, one of the 5 that were here prior, had a clock tower, but they removed that shortly after the building was done, which makes sense if you're trying to hide the past civilization's work. This courthouse stood on Morton Street, where the current town hall sits, and you guessed it again, it burned down in 1930. Did you think that was where I was going to stop? Well, here on TexasCourthouses.com, I found all 5 of these supposed previous courthouses, and I want to know where they all went. Not just one of them. The first one, in 1842, gone, lost to erosion. Here's the second one. Building completion date, 1871. Present status, gone. Burned down in 1887. So we know that this exact same courthouse has multiple fire stories, because we already know that courthouse number 3, built in 1887, also burned down in 1930 from a fire. Oh, and remember when we were told that the clock tower was removed shortly after the building was done? Well, now we're being told that it was conveniently blown away in the wind. Come on, narrator, get your story straight. Oh, and just for fun, courthouse number 2 was $7,500. So courthouse number 4, just throw another 0 on the end of the same exact repeating number of 75. Unbelievable stuff. Between building projects that take less than a year, over and over, to the same names, and all of the old world buildings, somehow, randomly, without any backstory as to how it happened, going up in flames. Brick buildings, when we know that brick does not burn down from house fires. This is a lie and has been right in our faces. And all we had to do was look. It is incredible. And I have found their supposed backstory. And not only are they from St. Louis, a place that we have gone to, and we know how incredible that place is now, but their father has the same name of Charles Henry, and the mother's name is Page. All 4 characters sharing the same name, where his father was a Mason, with his brother being named Louis, and another duplicate name, hinting at the city of St. Louis. It's a code, a clear connection, reoccurring names over and over again. A code for only their group to understand. Until now. I was reading about the main temple at the Karnak Sun Temple. This place is 26.2 square miles, so I'm just going to be specific about the main temple. This is located in Odisha, India. What I want to share about it has to do with the construction. Structures that were supposedly built in the 1900s, we struggle to find the individuals that constructed them. But when it comes to the year 1250, about 773 years ago, they know exactly who did it. They got their birth certificates ready to roll, photo ID, they got their social security cards and their DNA sample. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but seriously, they got it down. They know exactly who did it. They say this was sponsored by the king, so he paid for it. And the construction was overseen by Shiva. So next time they try and get away with not telling us who constructed an 1800s or a 1900s building, we can refer right back to this as proof that they can provide a builder. And they had plenty of resources to do so 600 years later. Who knows how old this place really is? It could be 5,000 years old, and I wouldn't be shocked at all. In present day, this seems like it's your local adult playground. Everyone's just climbing around on it. We have wheels that seem to be melted onto the side of this thing. The detail is unbelievable all around the place.
For this to be constructed 773 years ago, it proves that construction wasn't just trash, and now it's just incredible. Let's make sure that's very clear. We have not evolved in terms of construction. A previous civilization with incredible technology was here. A worldwide civilization that left their buildings behind. What are these sections of modern day brick covering up? They don't fit in. They're all over the place. You can easily see the difference between the old world and our world. Here we have more climbers. The stairs are right next to this man. Not in the mood for the stairs that day, I guess. Now, if we go a little more to our right, we're going to see 5 more wheels. And this is just your standard construction work, especially in the year 1250. They really enjoyed making fake wheels on the side of buildings. What are we talking about? Who are we kidding? This is not a random wheel that they chiseled into the side of the building. This, in my opinion, was an actual wheel that has been petrified into a rock. The entire structure here may have been the same material. Once petrified, it looks like this. And this thing right over here can serve as proof. This was not one huge piece of stone that was carried here in 1250. This was carved and turned into this material. There's plenty of proof of this. Many times people have opened these things up and they find that it's wood. Now, I'm not ruling out that this is stone and that these people had the technology to somehow bring this huge piece of stone here and then carve it perfectly and it stays here forever until the end of time, which is the opposite of the way we build anything 773 years later. But after everything I've researched, I would side with the petrified wood as the answer for this. Especially because there are wheels right next to it. And wheels are normally not stone or brick. That wouldn't be the number one choice of material when you're this technologically advanced. If we go around the corner, you're gonna see that there are even more wheels. They go all around this thing. And check these things out. They were clearly placed on that spot. They even have a pin through that spot to hold them there, meaning they were able to come off at one point. If you zoom in on this place, it's just unbelievable. The amount of detail that is in it is just mind-blowing. It goes all the way around this thing. There's no chance that this was stone when it was constructed, if you believe the mainstream narrative. Chiseling stone like this in the year 1250, it's impossible if you believe the mainstream narrative, that we evolve and advance. Or else we would easily be able to do this almost 800 years later. They had it figured out and had it down. It was no problem at all. All they needed was a king to sponsor it. And any one of the 1,250 people would get the job done. Here we turn the corner and it looks like we've caught someone doing something they shouldn't. Up to no good. Let's go a little further. And more wheels, of course. A bunch of people that have no idea what they're on top of. Just climbing away, having a big party and celebrating something. Now, are we sure we're told the truth about our history? Are we 100% sure? Of course not. In fact, I'm 100% sure it's all nonsense. What is happening here in Mesa Verde National Park, Colorado? This is just an average mountain that for some reason has things that look exactly like houses and buildings with windows in them and has stairs all over the place, which is totally normal. Oh, no, it's not normal? No, it's not normal. These are clearly structures with windows and stairs. Who was living there? And where did these people go? And which construction company did these people use? Who was the architect? We can be given the names of the construction leader for a 1250 story, but not this? Of course not this, because it's in Colorado and not India. If we were given a construction worker's name for this one, the entire narrative would be tossed in the trash, right where it belongs at this point. So instead, it's just a mountain, and we don't like to talk about it, okay? Now, the mainstream says these are ancestral pueblos. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm just sharing my opinion. These are not pueblos, in my personal opinion. You can believe it if you'd like to. But these are from a past civilization and were most likely way bigger than this. I would not be shocked at all if they were destroyed on purpose. Would you? And we have more mountain climbers. Oh, those are built in North America? Yeah, so those are built by the ancestors. Not working anymore. You can't give us answers in India and then act like you don't know anything in North America. It doesn't work like that. So I've been having a lot of fun looking at some ancient stuff today, but let's go over to something that is actually here today and still in operation. The Alcazar Hotel, located in St. Augustine, Florida. This was constructed in 1887, they tell us. Now, this is located in St. Johns County. And if we take a look at the population for the entire county, In 1887, not just St. Augustine, the population for the whole county was only 8,000 people. Why in the world did they need a hotel like this? This place was and still is massive, home to a 3-story ballroom and the world's largest indoor swimming pool. What in the world is going on here? This is now a museum and added to the National Register of Historic Places. The problem with all this is that it's constructed like 40 feet away from Flagler College. And Flagler College looks the exact same. And as I promised in the past, here we have yet another college that seems to have found and repurposed old world buildings. Right next to all of this, there is the Memorial Presbyterian Church. And this church has Italian marble floors. The dome was supposedly brought over from Italy. Now they say that all of this, the entire area, every building, every church was constructed by one guy. His name was Henry Flagler, and he dished out the cash and got all of these constructed, no problem at all, in the 1800s, of course. This took 50 years to build, which seems normal. Wait, no. What is this? This took 5 years to build? Are you kidding me? In 1825? This just got thrown together in 5 years. 200 years ago, I guess that was just simple construction, just chiseling away at that Italian marble. No need to mention any construction company or master builders for this one, because anyone could do it in 1825. This was simple stuff back then, easy. But in the year 1250, we were given Shiva and all of his personal records. They knew all about that construction process, of course. Does that make sense? No, that does not make sense. That they would know all about the 1250 story, but no information on a construction company in 1825. And have you seen this basilica? Built 1,000 years earlier, in the year 825. Still standing strong today. St. Mark's Basilica, constructed in 7 years. Thank you all for your right here on this channel. We've shown how the old world buildings, the previous civilizations work, hold the fire narrative so many times. We've also shown how these fires are still happening today. We've built a massive team here, all of us. We are now able to expose these fires that are happening all around the world in real time, live, just like we did on July 11th, 2024. We have shown how these fires continuously happen while the structure is under some sort of restoration project, where we have also exposed that these so-called restoration projects are, of course, in my opinion, planned demolition projects or destruction projects. Over and over, where a fire breaks out in the spire of the French cathedral, just like we exposed live with the Copenhagen Stock Exchange or the Toronto Church. Same thing in Cleveland, where I'm just going to let you know, we are all taking our power back. We are taking the truth back right now in real time. And if you didn't know this already, we are the news now, where we are told that the blaze erupted at the top of the spire of the Gothic Our Lady of the Assumption Cathedral, a cathedral that was, of course, currently undergoing restoration. And of course, considered a significant piece of French medieval architecture. Now, my question is, who started this fire? We are never told how these random fires begin. It's always a mystery, every single time. Even though we have cameras all over the place, every single person has a cell phone that has a camera on it, but nobody catches it on camera. Nobody's there to ever witness who started the fire to burn down a massive old world building. There should have been a witness, considering we are told that the cathedral was evacuated following the outbreak of the flames. So we had people in there, and every single person has a camera in their pocket. And we're being told that the fire broke out at the tip of the spire, which isn't even made of wood, but rather metal. So we have fires breaking out in old world buildings, fires that light metal on fire. These are deliberate attacks, in my opinion, on specific old world technology or information. I believe it is the spire, like we have shown, that still held free energy from the old world and was being destroyed in a destruction project taking place right in front of our faces. And then we get a mayor named Nicholas Mayer, where he tells us that the fire's origin is unknown at this point. Again, they never disclose this information, even though we all know that there were 4 people working on the spire, proving that this is a cover-up for these 4 individuals that were planted in this location to complete the destruction project. Again, this is all in my opinion, but it's based on the information that we are all told. Check out the front of this place. Could you even imagine the donkey power in the 1200s that it would have taken to get this place built? I mean, look at the architecture. It's incredible. And take a look at this picture. We have shown all over the world where they chop the heads off of these statues. We have even seen and shown how earthquakes chop the heads off of statues and send them rolling down the hill. Arms, legs, feet, and hands have never had an issue, but the heads of these statues from the old world are removed over and over. Why is this? Well, what if these heads show what the previous civilization actually looked like? What if they show a very different past than the one that we've all been told? I believe that this is exactly what's going on, where we see not one statue's head, but we have 5 statues' heads chopped off in this small section alone. Deliberate attacks on our history over and over. We see it all over the world. Again, even more incredible detail here at the top. And where did his head go? And what is that thing behind him? Could you even imagine one of these being constructed today? The structures that we were building in the 17 and 1800s do not line up with the mainstream narrative at all, where James Buchanan, the 15th president of the United States, was born in a shack. And he wasn't the only one. That the very next president was Abe Lincoln, who was also born in a shed, where it looks like his didn't even get color or steps to the front door. And I know both of them did not have a bathroom. They had to go outside for that. So let's remember, this is what's going on in the 17 and 1800s. This is where people were living. And then we go to this church's narrative. And after everything that we have seen, this should open some eyes. When the first church is believed to have been underneath the present cathedral. But we are, of course, not told, where we know here and have shown many times, what is underneath most of these old churches. Again, we are told multiple churches on the same site, which is another repeating narrative. Now, this narrative is taking us back to the year 395. 395 on the dot, where they built a large basilica. And it was, of course, supposedly built on the same exact site, where they waited 360 years to do anything. And then in the year 755, they construct several courtyards and buildings around the church, including a palace for the archbishop, all in the year 755. They were just busy constructing palaces. This is what we are told. And then they give us this ridiculous story that Vikings raided the place and damaged the cathedral, where this was documented in the Donkeys Inc. archives, a weekly magazine written by Feather Under Moonlight, just running around chasing that local duck to get his feathers, just so they could write it all down. This information that we read today, about the year 395, exactly 1,500 years before the power tool. This story is nonsense, telling us that they enlarged the cathedral in the year 650. They got a special guest in 769 with poetry night on Tuesdays. Now, a much more realistic narrative is that there was a previous civilization here, humans, that held incredible technology, everything that we have today, and so much more. A civilization that was constructing massive tunnel systems, going down 18 levels under our feet, and most likely more. A civilization that created palaces, matching their level of knowledge. The The way that the mainstream narrative brushes things off without any evidence is ridiculous at this point. Acting like we should just believe that 200 years ago, people were primitive, riding around by donkey, dirt roads everywhere, presidents born in shacks with porta potties outside. And then 2,000 years ago, they just construct palaces that last forever. And we haven't even gotten to the best part. In 1822, right when we were all here to see, lightning started a fire that destroyed the spire of the central tower. The exact same spire that we just showed that was just randomly burning down. And nobody knows how it started. And in 1905, a new law made the cathedral property of the French government. It's very interesting. When it was bombed like 30 years later, twice, by Allied bombs. And then they tried to destroy it again 5 years later, when it was bombed 7 more times by the British. And then the USA just needed to get involved, of course. The US Army Air Force set fire to the tower. The bells melted. Very interesting. If you'd like me to cover the old world bells in the future, let me know. So this place is just fine until our civilization starts back up and they start going up there and melting bells and bombing the old world's work over and over. And then, of course, we know what they found underneath the church. When in 1985, excavations were carried out beneath the church and its surroundings. How incredible is it to know what these sentences really mean? Before this research, we would have looked at that sentence and been very confused, thinking it was maybe a one-off. But now we know that they did this all over the world, finding things, tunnels, structures, and catacombs, where it goes on to say that they uncovered vestiges of the earlier buildings and foundations of another cathedral. And we all know that they found so much more, possibly networks of tunnels, multiple floors connecting all of the old world buildings in the area, and maybe even more. Underground living spaces, underground structures, catacombs, technology, gold, and so much more. And then, of course, we have the fire right here from July 11th, 2024. A tax, in my opinion, of the old world's work. Structures and buildings, sites that were meant for us, in my opinion. Places that were given to us that have since been taken over and destroyed by a group that seems to want to hide the past from us. A group that seems like they're on a strange mission that is fully focused on them gaining more and more control while giving us less and less. Who knows if that's true, but it sure looks like it is, if I'm being honest. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but it feels like the movie The Lion King, where everything was great where they lived, with Mufasa in charge. The grass was green, they had peace, and then Scar took over, and the place just goes down the drain. A little season. Is this what the movie The Lion King is really telling us? Who knows? But after everything that we know, it doesn't seem too far off. And now they have our little doorway cut into the doors. Doors are constructed proportionate to the size of the individual using it. And I want to show you the inside of this place. The ceiling is incredible. Remember, there's never a mistake in the 795s. They were perfect every time, withstanding bombs, fires, and the rest. So check this out. Here's the cathedral that we've been talking about today. And look right behind it. We have 2 more. This one on the left is currently undergoing its own destruction project, as we can see right here. Here it is without all the scaffolding around it. This is the Abbey Church, finding this place in 750. And this third church right here on the right, finished in 1521. No issues in the construction. A masterpiece from the 14 and 1500s. And this one was the replacement, if you can believe it. We have Master Robin and an incredible area here in France. Honestly, it's terrible that these fires keep happening all over the world to these incredible structures. And nobody's ever held accountable for lighting them on fire. And they don't even tell us what company is in charge of these supposed restoration projects. Who is being hired to do these restoration projects? Here we are in Texas, more specifically, 414 St. Joseph Street, Gonzales, Texas. And why are we here? Well, they have the Gonzales County Courthouse, And in my opinion, the narrative is lying. Are we all ready? Here we go. The contract was awarded to Furman Morin on June 26, 1894. But wait, there's something weird going on here. We're told that this wasn't the first courthouse on this site. This is the second building to serve as the county courthouse. Well, what do you mean this wasn't the first one? What happened to the first one? The first Gonzales County Courthouse burned down on December 3rd, 1893. Do you notice how fast they tried to throw that in there? It was like they thought we wouldn't notice or something. Of course we will. This is what we do. Look at how they worded it, too. They didn't even say the first building or the first courthouse. They just quickly say the first burned on December 3rd, 1893. And they just want to move on like nothing happened. So we get the nod. Another fire story. Very interesting. And also the clear giveaway that this is a building from the past civilization. In my opinion, and a reminder that there was never a fire here on this site. This is simply a nod to their group that this building is from the old world. Now, let's continue shredding this nonsense apart. We are told that the second county courthouse was completed on April of 1896. The contract was awarded in June of 1894. They get their superintendent for the construction in 1895. And then in April of 1896, the building is done. And this all happens in basically 2 years after the first one burned down. And it's weird because it takes almost as much time to find the superintendent as it does to actually build the entire building. And it lasts forever. So let's get this straight. They're telling us that December 1893, the first one is in flames. And we have no idea who built that one or anything about it. And don't ask any questions about that one. And then 6 months later, it's gone and all cleaned up by June of 1894. And the contract is ready to roll. And from June 1894, we wait until some point in time in 1895. So at least 6 months, but could have been 18 months. Since they don't share the information, we have to speculate. So let's meet in the middle at 12 months to find a construction guy. And then he knocks this thing out somehow by April of 1896. Who believes that he did this in less than a year? How many people worked for him? It's just weird that they tell us that he was just an owner of a quarry that had limestone in it. Now all of a sudden, he is a construction superintendent guy that builds massive courthouses in a year. Wow, the 1800s were incredible. You could truly be anything you want back then. Amazing. And a total joke of a story. This is absolute insanity that this kind of stuff is what we are supposed to believe actually happened. We all understand that in order to build a massive courthouse, you would need to get all the materials there. We would need to have a proper amount of construction workers that are properly trained. This quarry owner can't just go build it himself. We would need the proper equipment. Incredible architecture. The planning had to be perfect. Using the specs that they give us on this courthouse, I asked ChatGPT a question, and the answer was eye-opening. I asked hypothetically, how long would it take to build a courthouse in 1895? And how many men would you need? I asked if it could give me a breakdown of how much material would be needed, and also include other details that are important in constructing a courthouse that covers 2.7 acres. I explained that it is a building in a Romanesque revival style with eclectic details, meaning it covers other types of architecture designs, and that it will be built with red brick and white limestone trim. Now, these are the specs that we are given from the mainstream narrative. This is what they tell us. They tell us this information because they have to. The thing is literally sitting here looking right at us. For anyone that wants to go look at it, you can walk right up to it and see it, or you can see a picture of it as we are right now. So let's see what this AI tells us. We are told that constructing a courthouse in 1895 in the specs that they stated would have been a significant undertaking. And here is the breakdown. Just the design and planning would have taken pretty much a year. Just because it's 1895, you still need permits and approvals. This happened in 1895. This isn't cavemen days, where you just get to build massive buildings and not tell anyone about it. So the fact that they're ignoring this part of the story over and over is crazy. This would have taken another couple months. So then we move on to the materials. We are told that the amount of red brick needed would depend on the design and size of the courthouse. Courthouses that cover 2.7 acres could use hundreds of thousands to millions of bricks. This is an unbelievable amount of material just for bricks alone. The process in getting these materials to the site is not easy. So then the white limestone trim, 100,000 cubic feet of limestone, the wood for interior elements, including flooring, stairs, and doors. A substantial amount of wood would be required. Then we will need steel and glass, and not just any glass. They have to be perfect for windows in the Romanesque Revival style. Now, of course, the best part, in my opinion, because they don't even mention any people that helped this quarry owner guy. The labor, the number of workers needed would vary. But constructing such a massive courthouse might require hundreds of laborers. Hundreds? And not a mention of one in this story? And this isn't even to build it in a year. This is just saying to build it in a respectable timeline. So to build it in a year, there had to be way more than hundreds of workers, like we're told. Amazing. Okay, you would need bricklayers, carpenters, masons. Oh, did I say that? Steel workers and general laborers. When we are told that slaves and prisoners built these places in a year, just remember this and ask yourself if you think this is true or not. Now we have the construction time. Given the scale and complexity, construction could take several years, perhaps 3 to 5 years. The Romanesque Revival style, with its ornate details, would require careful craftsmanship, which takes time. So these workers had to have been trained and been good at it, especially finishing it in a year. This is insane. How were these workers not world renowned? Wouldn't there be statues of them? They probably could have made the statues themselves in their backyards in a couple of days since they were so good at it. And now, of course, we have the ridiculous part of the transportation. Transporting materials to the construction site. And before we get into this, I want to mention this, that they don't mention this in the story. And I think they don't on purpose because it is so insane. Here we go. Transporting materials to the construction site would require horses, wagons, and likely a nearby source of limestone. Okay, so the horses and wagons moved the 100,000 cubic feet of limestone from the quarry. What a joke. Now they will need tools, of course. You can't do this without tools. So here's the tools and equipment section. Tools of the time would include hammers, chisels, saws, cranes, and various other hand tools. Just hammering and chiseling away in 1895 to 1896 with their horses and wagons. The fact that they tell us these buildings go up all over the world in a year is such a lie, in my opinion. You'd need a source of water for mixing mortar and for the workers. If it's a large project, which this one definitely is, you might even need on-site housing for the workers, which they don't have on-site housing for the workers. Have you ever seen a narrative say this? No. They ignore the actual logistics in every narrative. You need people to build these places, and people need things such as housing, food, water. This is common sense, yet never mentioned. Stone carvers and artisans would be required for this work. What was their names? Did the quarry owner do that himself? No. Which company had pro stone carvers and artisans? And of course, supervision. You'd need a skilled supervisor and project managers to ensure the work proceeds smoothly and to quality standards. And this is literally the only part that we are given. The only part we are given is the person that should be watching over all of the things that actually have to happen. I'm going to put this in sports terms. They're basically telling us the name of the coach for the Patriots, and then forgetting to tell us all about Tom Brady, or the coach's name of the Lakers and the Bulls, and not saying anything about Kobe, LeBron, Michael Jordan, or Dennis Rodman. All we get is Phil Jackson and Frank Vogel. This is insane. This is not working anymore. So I asked it to be more specific with the timeline. I said, so in all, how long would this all take? It responded with this. Given the complexity and scale of constructing a courthouse, covering 2.7 acres in the Romanesque Revival style, with red brick and white limestone trim, in 1895, the entire process could take 1 year to just design and plan it. Another several months to permitting and approvals, several more months to a year for the materials, and 3 to 5 years to build the building. So in total, it mathematically and logistically should take anywhere from 4.5 years to 7.5 years. This is unbelievable, considering so many times we are told that a building goes down in a fire and then another one is built in a few months. This kind of brushing it off with a few months kind of thing isn't working anymore. And I don't want to end the episode yet. I want to go even deeper. and even more specific. So I asked, how many horses would they need for this project? And here we go. The horses would be needed for 6 major things in this project in 1895. Transporting, milling and lifting, general labor, site grading and excavation, water and power, cranes and heavy lifting, and getting the cranes there to the site, of course. This would take 20 to 30 horses to finish the project in 4.5 to 7.5 years, not 1 year. So we all understand. They would need way more than 30 horses. And we all understand that horses need water. Remember, this is for 30 horses for possibly 7.5 years. I want to make that point extremely clear. This is not the 1 year timeline that we're told. Now, here we go. Let's absolutely destroy the narrative and end it forever. That any building anywhere in the world, like this one, could not be simply built in a year and just brushed off with zero explanation. How much water would the horses actually need? This is a key point that cannot be ignored, like it is in the mainstream narrative. A typical horse would drink anywhere from 5 to 15 gallons of water per day for a project like this. This is to properly keep the horses hydrated, or they will die, especially in Texas, where it's extremely hot in the summer months. For only 30 horses, you would need 300 gallons of water per day. This is only 10 horses over 7.5 years. Where is all this water coming from? Why is this massive point ignored? The point alone proves that this project did not happen in a year. This is such a horrible slip up for the narrative. And it is the most important part of the logistic project that needs to be taken care of. Without the water supply for the main transportation for the project, none of this happens anywhere in the world in the 1800s. From this point on, a narrative that tells us that they built a building in a year in the 1800s without explaining the massive supply of water for the horses should be looked at as a lie. Incredible. This is a major failure by the narrator, a massive flaw that now opens the floodgates. This narrative is not possible. Did they think that we would never question this? And now we know that this type of construction is not even close to possible. We are waking up to the nonsense. We are educating each other, building a group of people that are not just accepting lies and actually questioning. We are looking into things, and the more we look, the easier it gets. The more answers we find, and the more truth comes through. And the more that we know, the harder and harder it is to lie to us. Once you know the truth, like I always say, you don't go back to not knowing. You are now awake, and you will take this information with you and apply it to the next story, where they will tell you that a building was built in a year by a quarry owner that never built anything before and never again in his entire life.
Do you remember when in episode 36, we went and saw the 132-foot tall Tower Castle, the Altgeld Hall, located on the campus of the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, a castle that was constructed in less than a year, over 125 years ago, which we documented that this construction timeline is logistically impossible, especially in that time period. We also know that the building is going through a restoration project. Buildings from the old world, the previous civilization, were built to last lifetimes, hundreds of thousands of years. They definitely don't need our help the way that our modern construction does, where our roads are falling apart after 5 years. And these mainstream stories have many hidden clues, just waiting for us to find them. And I believe that we just did. The Altgeld Hall, with the name Altgeld, this translating in German to old money, with a clear nod to the old world, that the name of the building is literally old money. And I believe that we just took this research to a whole nother level, where we now understand that they are using multiple languages to hide these codes within the narrative. And this is going to unlock so many doors for us. So we have the building that is named Old World Money, where there probably was old gold stashed inside when they founded it. And this, of course, isn't the first destruction project, because in 1956, only 59 years after they supposedly built this castle, it got its last big renovation. A big renovation, 59 years after it was built. I wonder what they removed from this castle that they did not want us to see in 1956. And this is when we read the title of the article, proving that we are correct.
that there are things in these buildings that are hidden to us, that they are destroying with these renovation projects, where most of the public don't fully understand what's inside or outside of these buildings. That's just not revealed to us. These structures were not built in 1 year by the horse and wagon community. These structures expose the old world, a civilization that was so advanced that it would blow our minds. And they weren't here thousands of years ago. In my opinion, they were here only a few hundred years ago. And all of their buildings, their castles, all of their work is left behind for us to see. And of course, we're not allowed to go inside the old money hall and be a part of these revealings of the intricate decor and gold leafs. A gold leaf? Old money? Old gold? A hidden project? What did they find that triggered a renovation project? Revealing gold leaves, I think we know. And we're just getting started. If I ever find any new information like we did today with the Old Money Hall about any other buildings that we've covered, I'm definitely going to share it with everyone here. Now, for anyone that watches darts, you're going to know this building very well. The Alexandra Palace, or the Ali Pali. It is home to the World Darts Championship since 2008. If you've seen my first 56 episodes, you'll know that we've just located yet another old world building. The Alexandra Palace was built by John Johnson, another reoccurring AI-generated name, and Alfred Meeson, where it opened in 1873, but following a fire 16 days after it opened. 16 days after it opened? Really? This is incredible, the amount of fire narratives, because we all know at this point, and have covered the Crystal Palace, that they just threw into this story, connecting the two buildings, saying that North London's counterpart to the Crystal Palace. And we know here that the Crystal Palace also burned down in a fire. The connections that are made within these narratives are incredible. So let's just follow this path of fires for a minute and see where they lead us. And we'll come back to the Alexandra Palace right after. The Crystal Palace had a reoccurring name because the AI says the daughter's name is also Crystal. And they were walking their dog. The dog was probably also named Crystal. And they just realized randomly that the massive crystal structure was burning down, where 89 fire engines and 400 firemen couldn't save the building. How long was the building burning down before they realized it? Nobody saw any smoke? Crystal and her dog were the only ones to realize it. So she walks her dog, finds the burning down Crystal Palace. And the true cause of the fire will forever be a mystery, where we are also told another clear lie, where 100,000 people came to watch the blaze. They told us that within a few hours, the fire was done and the palace was destroyed. So in a matter of a few hours, 100,000 people just hopped up out of bed in 1936, and they ran right over there in the middle of the night to go watch this fire. And this is clearly an AI-generated story, when it just throws another fire in the exact same paragraph for fun. In 1866, when the North Transept burnt down and didn't have proper insurance coverage from Geico to rebuild the building. No. This was from the old world, and our civilization today cannot rebuild it, especially in 1866. We still do have a ton of structures from the old world, like the York Cathedral, also located in the North Transept, where they tell us that construction began over 1,397 years ago. Well, actually, they tell us they found it, but the booming 627s. Can you believe that this is what we're being told? The year 627. Are you kidding me? And we're supposed to believe this. A time before paper. There were no phones. There were no power tools for another 1,268 years. Zero training needed, nothing. We are supposed to believe that they had nothing, but they had it covered. And they were master builders at the exact same time. We are told that there's no electricity, zero modern plumbing. All of these things were unnecessary in the 627s. But being able to construct massive cathedrals, that was just embedded in their DNA. Over 1,400 years later, today, we have classes that go into great detail, supposedly, learning architecture skills from the very best teachers of our time period. I don't see anybody constructing this type of structure for everybody to see, but yet they did this so many times all over the world. And guess what? All of their work is still here for us to see. Could you imagine the buildings, the structures that were here before we were born that have been destroyed by now? Just look at the size of the doorways. Everything was just massive and over the top to our civilization, but completely normal to the old world. And of course, in the year 741, they know all about this building. But 1,000 years later, as we've shown, that they have no idea who constructed anything. They don't tell us any details about the construction process, how many men, where the materials come from, none of that. But here we go. 741, not 742, 741 on the dot. The church was destroyed by a fire. So we get the nod. And how did we not see the fires before? This is insane, the amount of fires. How can every single one of these old world buildings hold a fire narrative and nobody noticed it until now? These fires are insane and a very clear pattern that this narrative was just sitting here waiting for us to find it. Egbert's librarian got to work. He started the reconstruction, and thankfully, Ian Bald was there to take over and wrap this palace up. No problem. I couldn't be more thankful that we know the truth, that these stories are just that. They're stories. It is so much more fun knowing the truth, understanding that no librarian just sits around waiting for a fire to then knock out palaces 1,400 years ago, understanding that no damage took place in 1069. And what we see today is the original building. And there were no Thomases of the 1070s getting the repairs done in less than 5 years, for it then to be destroyed yet again. 5 years after that, getting rebuilt again, with perfection, of course, very easily, that they could just switch up the entire style of the cathedral. In 5 years, switching it now to the Norman style, switching it up no problem at all 1,000 years ago. Just because the Norman style was just the style of the times 5 years later. The good old Norman style. Anyone switching their homes to the Norman style this year? Anyone know any librarians in the Norman style construction business? So after this gets done 1,000 years ago, during the day, at nighttime, they hop on their donkey and go to sleep in their sheds for another big day of construction. Freezing in the winters, of course. And you're not on the fence still, are you? I'll keep going. Where the new Norman style cathedral was damaged by fire in 1137. But don't worry, the 1100s had it covered because it was soon repaired. All remodeled in 1154. And this is all fully documented, of course? No. And there were many witnesses? No. Lots of evidence of all of these fires and reconstruction projects? There's none. But just trust them. They know what really happened, and you don't. Yeah, it's not working anymore. A new one was built, all in the Norman style, with ease 900 years ago. When in 1390, the Norman style goes out of style and needs to be demolished because they could be very picky in the 1300s. This was not up to their standards. Time for a new style. 15 years later, in 1405, fully documented, of course, no, this thing was all done and wrapped up with a brand new high altar. 2 years later, the central tower collapses. But don't worry, 13 years later, 1420, the tower is back in business. Oh my, you gotta be joking. In 1829, an arson attack, and in 1840, an accidental fire. And in 1984, York Minster suffered a serious fire in its south transept during the early morning hours, where they made the decision to deliberately collapse the roof of the south transept by pouring tens of thousands of gallons of water onto it. We get this very in-depth story in 1984 because we were all here to see it, and it actually happened. Remember, a fire is a great way to destroy the old world. There's nobody to blame, and they get to collect the insurance check at the exact same time. But the fires before the 1900s, in my opinion, they are nods. They never happened. They are simply throwing it into the narrative to show the hidden group which buildings are from the previous civilization. So for the fire that we actually saw in 1984, they have this incredible narrative and documented accounts with people putting the fire out and all of it.
But for all of the other fires, there was nothing. It just burned down. And boom, it's back to normal. No problem over and over. Switching styles if they wanted to, which isn't logical at all. And of course, they have no idea what caused the massive fire. With these ridiculous stats, 80% chance it was caused by lightning. There's a 10% chance it was caused by yet another mysterious arson. But they got away without anyone knowing. And another 10% chance it was caused by an electrical fault, with a 100% chance that they know the truth and are lying. And can we just say one thing before we move on? How many times did we see the name Thomas and William in this story? I mean, I get it. It's a popular name in the 1000s. It was a trendy name back then. But come on. After what we've seen, not only do we get the AI fires, but we also get the reoccurring names. We get Thomas of Bayeux, Thomas Fairfax, Thomas Becket. Then we get William the Conqueror of the 1066s. The drawing of the building by William Martin, the brother of the arsonist, which at this point is just rubbing it in our faces. And to top it off, I think this paragraph should be changed from shrines to Williams. Because are we talking about shrines or are we talking about Williams? With William Fitzherbert, St. William of York, which is perhaps associated with St. William's College, we get William de Wickwayne and William Markham. If you ask me, that's not normal or mathematically possible for a single paragraph about a true narrative. It is, on the other hand, 100% possible that an AI generated these narratives. Now, we got away from the original building of the Alexandra Palace. I think for good reason, but let's get back to it now. We know that it also holds the fire narrative, where the story begins with a company name that is definitely AI generated. The Great Northern Palace Company. How many Great Northern Palaces was this Great Northern Palace Company knocking out? In the mid-1800s. They apparently only built this palace and then decided that that was the end of the company, with 0 other buildings listed to their name. We have to just stop for a second and really look at what they're telling us. This guy named Owen Jones, who they used for the Crystal Palace as well, of course, started this project for the Alexandra Palace in 1859, supposedly. A year after that, this Great North Palace Company just comes out of nowhere. And we are told that the Palace Construction Company couldn't get the funds to build their first and only palace. Construction materials were acquired and recycled from the large 1862 International Exhibition Building. So they took all the pieces from this massive building that they just didn't want anymore. In my opinion, the buildings both have the exact same material. So they are trying to attempt to explain why this is the case by saying that they just went over to the other one, took the other one apart, and used it for this one, when in reality, they were built by the same old world civilization. So let's pretend it's 2024, and we make a new construction company called Your Everyday Palace Construction Company, and they have 0 money, and just start ripping apart the SoFi Stadium. And they build a little miniature version of it. And we all agree that this is a great idea and totally normal and acceptable. Are we all on the same page that that is ridiculous? Okay, good. Let's continue. In 1863, 3 years later, they begin to try and explain away why this palace sits on top of a hill, which is very interesting because we all know about the hills and how they most likely are just grass, covering bigger structures under what we can see, especially when this is installed into the narrative, that the palace sits on a site that stands on a ridge more than 300 feet high. So in 1865, they finally get this project started. They get the job done in 1873, and 16 days later, the whole thing burns down. And 4,700 items, in my opinion, these are old world items, especially when they tell us that they are items of historic value. These items, in my opinion, were never even in this building. They probably still have these items, but we're told they were all destroyed in this fire that happened 16 days after the palace is done. Here is where we find a massive logistical slip up by the narrator. We were told that the entire building was supposedly destroyed on the inside, saying that only the outer walls survived. And we were told that the palace took 8 years to build. Well, in 1873, the fire took place. They had to clean the entire place up, plan out a new one, and get the job done somehow in the 1800s, before the power tool was invented, and get this reconstruction project done in less than 2 years. A massive slip up. This right here, in my opinion, proves that this entire story is all a lie. This is logistically impossible. We would not be able to come close to getting this project done in that time frame. Yet, in 1873 to 1875, we are told, and we are supposed to believe, that they had no problem at all doing it. Just giving us a quick sentence that the palace was quickly rebuilt and reopened in 1875. How many men did they need? Who constructed that one? Who cleaned the other one up? And this wasn't like a few basic drywall sheets that they just had to throw together and call it a day. No. They say the brand new Alexandra Palace, the one that took less than 2 years in the 1800s, before the power tool, contained a concert hall, art galleries, a museum, a lecture hall, a library, a banqueting room, and a large theater. Why are they leaving out massive details for this project? This is incredible. This place even had a horse racing course that they destroyed in 1970, a Japanese village, and other things. We are told that for millions of years, humans invented nothing, but were very capable of building the Milan Cathedral and all the incredible structures from thousands of years ago. And these civilizations that constructed these things, we are told, had nothing. They didn't have electricity, no cars, no planes, no trains, no phones to communicate. Yet we see star forts all over the world. They look exactly the same. With zero communication, we are told that only 500 years ago, Columbus found America. Yet there are star forts all over the USA that look exactly like the ones in Europe. We have nothing for millions of years, but so many so-called inventions have just come out of nowhere in the last 200 years. The probability of us having nothing, riding by feathers, riding on donkeys, no power tools, and living in sheds, that is simply, in my mind, mathematically impossible. Oh, did you think we were done with the Alexandra Palace? A fire happened, as we've shown, inside the Alexandra Palace, 16 days after the opening in 1873. They rebuilt the building, as we were told, in just 2 years, completed in 1875. Now, as a reminder, these old fires, most likely, in my opinion, never happened. And they are simply a nod to the hidden group that this specific building is from the old world, built by a previous civilization. Now, there's a big difference between a fire from the 1800s, or as we've shown from the 1300s, which is ridiculous, but there's a big difference from a fire in the 1800s that we cannot find any evidence that it ever took place, and a fire within the last 100 years that we were all around to see and document. And this is when things get interesting. When in 1980, a Haringey Council took over the trusteeship of the Alexandra Palace, insuring it for $31 million. As we have explained, a fire from the last 100 years is not only a nod, it's also a great way to destroy one of these buildings from the previous civilization without anyone to blame. Not only do they get to destroy the building, but they also collect the insurance check. It is a win-win for them. And this Haringey Council is worth an investigation, because just 6 months after they insured it for $31 million, a fire started under the organ that completely spread. It destroyed half of the building. Again, the outer walls survived because these outer walls are from the old world and not by us. House fires also don't destroy stone, brick, or marble. It simply doesn't get hot enough, and we have shown this as well. The famous organ was destroyed, even though they were already dismantling it. What are the odds of that? And took our civilization, while we were all here to see it, 8 years to reopen. When in 1873, it took them 2 years. Are you seeing the lie very clearly now? Multiple fires, tons of destruction, and an incredible amount of lies, all just sitting here, waiting for us to pick it apart and expose it to the world every single week. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'll be back very soon with much more. See ya. First 84 episodes, we have located thousands of miles of tunnel systems all over the world. And today, we find an article written 21 years ago stating that the rumored existence of huge networks of tunnels are located beneath Iraq, where it stretches for miles, linking palaces, where we are told that there are no lights, just like we've talked about in episode 84, constructing 18 levels underground in the dark, centuries before the invention of a light bulb. 100% challenges the mainstream historical narrative. Understanding that no human could ever construct a massive network of tunnels in the dark, we have found something massive. It seems like there may have been a much different reason for going over to Iraq than what we've all been told. Where Mr. Rumsfeld, at the time, the US Defense Secretary, said, they've got enormous miles and miles and miles of underground tunneling. Continuing on to say, I don't know how inspectors on the surface of the earth can even know what's going on in the underground facilities. Now, we know that the United States has massive tunnel systems all over its major cities. We have found this right here on this channel. We know that they knew about this at least 150 years ago when they introduced these tunnels into our mainstream narrative, naming some of them catacombs, saying others were constructed for phone cables by the Illinois or Chicago Tunnel Company. So if they knew that the United States held old world tunnel systems, they had to have known that these were all over the world. I personally think that they wanted to go to Iraq to see what technology, what information was being stored in their tunnel systems. I think that they probably found things in their own tunnel systems in the USA and fully mapped them out, blocking them off from the public. And now they wanted access to possibly one of the most important historical locations in the world. I think this may have been what 2001 was truly all about. Where the article continues on to say, we believe now that it is more than 100 kilometers or 62 miles, which is very interesting when we look back at Chicago, when we were told that it was thousands of miles of tunnels. And then later on, they tell us that it's only 60 miles. So basically, hiding the rest of the tunnel systems from us. A very clear pattern. 100 kilometers of very complex network, multi-layered tunnels, where we are seeing now that all of these tunnel systems are not just one layer. They are all multiple levels, where according to Patrick, few people have seen the tunnels. Now, I want to explain something. This is an important time for us to show these old world tunnel systems to everybody in the world, because they are in the middle of normalizing tunnels, which would completely saturate the entire topic. At the moment, we are not used to the tunnels being underneath all of our major cities. But after the Boring Company or whoever else starts digging under our cities again, these tunnels from the old world are not going to be shocking anymore. It will be normal, where we know that it is not normal to have multiple layered tunnel systems from the old world. And in 10 to 15 years, I don't believe we will ever be able to go back to this point again. We have shown the caves in India, and then you can piece together Afghanistan as well, where this whole war was all about finding a guy in the caves, most likely destroying the old world caves in Afghanistan and the tunnels, artifacts, and the rest that we have shown in episode 84, where the article closes out saying, after encountering the caves used by this group, which we can all read, in this group,
in Afghanistan and the rumors of tunnels in Iraq, the U.S. military took steps to ready their troops, going on to say a site including miles of old mining caves in the desert of Southern California was turned into a tunnel warfare center in 2001. Miles of old mining caves in Southern California. Are we sure that these were not found before the mining took place? When they say gold rush, was this not a rush to find all of the old world technology, all of the old world gold? Before this research, I thought what we saw on the ground was basically all that there was to this place that we live. I had no idea that there were thousands of miles of underground structures in Chicago alone. I had no idea that every single city had tunnel systems, connecting palaces. I had no idea that the history told us that humans built underground tunnel networks, reaching 18 levels underground in the dark with a shovel. And we have been told that that's easy. It's absolute nonsense. And we are just getting started. Welcome to episode 85 of My Lunch Break. I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new, welcome. And I want to thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to FlatEarthDave.com. You can check out his app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app. I'll put the link right in the description. And you can use my referral code, MLB. If you click the Tartaria button, you'll see the My Lunch Break playlist right here. The app is awesome. Thank you to Rebecca K, Don Gaston, Christopher Arietta, the Lady helping this channel out a lot. Let's go to a much more recent article, January 2024, where the Times of Israel reports that senior Israel defense officials now assess that Hamas's Gaza tunnel network is between 350 and 450 miles long, far longer than previously believed. And I want to remind you all that this is what is being exposed to all of us. I believe that this tunnel network goes down multiple levels, just like we have shown, and extends much further than 450 miles. And what we see on the ground is nothing compared to what is going on under our feet. And then you wonder where the missing individuals go, where I think we know now. These catacombs could for sure just be all of us. Years and years of being taken. And once that section of the tunnel fills up in their geometric shapes, they just move on to the next section. And then they open it up for ticket sales, like we have shown. It can't get any clearer, if I'm being honest. Now, with all the technology that these governments have, you would think that they would be able to do some ground penetrating radar and see how extensive these tunnel systems are without ever even going there. I believe this is all nonsense, that they are just finding new tunnels now, where the estimate reported by the New York Times is markedly higher than the Israel Defense Forces assessment. They say there was 250 miles of Hamas tunnels last month, and this month it's 450 miles long. So in 3 years, what do you think it's going to be? These tunnels are massive, and they go many floors down, connecting all over the world. If the public can own ground penetrating radar, the governments can probably see 1,000 feet under the dirt, if we're just being honest. Could you imagine, with the technology that we have today, they still have to send a dog in there to sniff it out? Come on. 2 Israel defense officials who spoke anonymously said there were roughly 5,700 separate shafts leading down into the tunnels. This is just incredible information. Understanding that these tunnels aren't a single level. Understanding that they go down so many floors underneath our feet and are all interconnected. This is unbelievable. In every single situation we see this. Some people have been taken into these tunnels and of course didn't make it, where Israeli forces have worked to destroy the tunnels. Again, my guess, after everything that we have seen, is that so many have been taken into these tunnels and have never come out again, where the tunnels connect below an area of the school. So we can see this is just a very dark subject in today's time. where I'm going to try my best and lob this out there for anyone that is not understanding what I'm trying to say. According to the Child Crime Prevention and Safety Center, every 40 seconds, someone under 18 goes missing or is abducted. In the US alone, approximately 840,000 go missing each year. And the FBI states that between 85 and 90% of them are not adults. So, where do they all go? Information is very important. A triangle system, finding tunnels below the schools, below hospitals, below the place of worship, where we know that this is not singled out to one city. This is all over the world. There is not a single thing that I have shared today that you couldn't go and find yourself. These things are all available to the public. Putting the pieces together is what we are doing here. And in order to do that, it takes time and a team. And this is where you all come in. All of our Patreons, all of our badge members, and every single subscriber, and everybody who likes the videos. Because of all of you, we are growing to a bigger and bigger audience every single week. Our equipment has improved. Our team has gotten bigger. And we're not even to 100 episodes yet. We're just getting started. And we've already mapped out what is on the surface and 18 levels below it. Can you even imagine what we will find as we continue to grow? We are also over on X, Instagram, TikTok, Spotify, and of course, Rumble, where I still think that when we reach 100,000 subscribers over there, we should try to do another 1 hour special like we did in episode 77. If we get enough positive feedback about that in the comments section, we can definitely try to make that happen. Now, do you really think that these tunnels are stopping at borders? Do you think they get to the border and say, okay, guys, we hit the border between Mexico and the USA. This is where we have to stop digging. Do you think that that imaginary line is stopping anybody 100 feet below the surface? Who is even keeping track of where they are on the land layout 100 feet below the surface? In my opinion, tunnels are 100%, without a doubt, crossing over imaginary borders, not just in the USA, Canada, or Mexico, but all over the world. And this has been going on for years, and they are all aware of this. They know that tunnels exist and are openly sharing this information with all of us. So do you think that these tunnels in these cities are just stopping there? Of course not. It's all so interesting and shows how in depth this place that we all live really is and always has been. Again, we know that these tunnels are not just hallways. They are not a single level. An article written by BBC in 2020, where US officials say they have discovered the longest tunnel ever found on the border with Mexico, where this tunnel stretched 1,313 miles. The tunnel, of course, had a lift, rail tracks, where I'm sure the Chicago Tunnel Company had to get back into business and was hard at work. They had a drainage and air ventilation system and high voltage electrical cables. Again, in my opinion, these tunnels have been here for a very long time. I don't believe that our civilization are the sole creators of these networks of tunnels. Surely we have added to them, but I believe that this land layout that we all live on is filled with old world tunnel systems that connect all of the old buildings, exactly like we were told in episode 80.
My dad is the night supervisor at Marshall Fields. Maybe they have an opening. And they did. And they did. There's water in the Pittsfield building and Marshall Fields and the City Hall and this place and that place. And we don't know where it's coming from. And I thought, I know. All those places had one thing in common. All older buildings, all older buildings, all older buildings, all older buildings that were connected to the freight tunnels still.
And they have been here all along from the previous civilization. They found these so-called smuggling tunnels, yet they found no drugs and nobody was arrested. How can you call it a smuggling tunnel if you don't find any drugs and nobody was arrested? It doesn't make any sense. So are we sure these are smuggling tunnels? Or are these old world tunnels that have gotten some cables installed? And then authorities, of course, did not say who they thought was behind the creation of the tunnels. They don't seem to know much about it, where it was not clear how long it took to build it. This tunnel has an average depth of 70 feet below the surface, and this is what we are told. Now, we have a bonus today. Switching gears here, we are told about the Griffin. We know how it's connected to Russia, Asia, and of course, Tartaria. And this gets interesting, where the Griffin and Arimaspians were associated with gold deposits of Central Asia, where Tartaria was located. Now, this group were a legendary tribe of one-eyed people. Again, going back to the gold rush that we were all told about, going to California, where all tales of their struggles with the gold guarding griffins guarding the gold. So is this the reason that Tartaria and griffins are not taught to us today, considering the possibility of a season that is little, where the griffin is considered a protector from evil, witchcraft, and secret slander, where that seems like the time period we're currently in? Clearly a creature that was here, shown at the St. Mark's Basilica, another one at the Ripon Cathedral in England, and of course, a photo from 2007, a griffin statue in the front court of a cemetery located in Budapest, the Royal Air Force Police Badge in the United Kingdom, a griffin right here in the middle, and a map where we are told from 1587, Urbano Monti's map, a map that has some strange creatures, massive birds carrying elephants in South America, a map that depicts South America connected to Antarctica, where we know something massive is there now, and a griffin depicted right here in North America, modern day Canada, and another one right here with so many different types of creatures located in Antarctica. And there is so much written on each one of these triangles. If anybody can read these and let me know what they say, that would be incredible. You have the USA right here with La Florida, Canada, Gulf of Mexico. This map is incredibly detailed with an interesting section right here where you have a guy coming out of the water and something else going on here right above Brazil. There are only 3 surviving copies of this world map today. They are located at Stanford University and have been recently digitized. This is, by the way, a 10-foot map. It was originally 60 separated sheets and have now been put together to make one photo. Now, it is interesting to note, this is a map of the Earth on a flat map. It is not a ball. It shows the Earth circling around the North Pole, with every direction away from the central point, the North Pole, being south. There's a magnetic pole in the north, where this map was created to serve not only as a geographical tool, but also show climate, customs, length of day, distances within regions, where the whole map could be stuck on a central point, the North Pole, and then revolve around this central pivot point, where it of course had cities all over it in red, and of course massive palace-like structures. And then flipping to the next page, we have this, a diagram showing the detailed length of days and nights during the different months of the year, eclipses of the sun on the next page, and even a chart showing wind directions throughout the year. These maps are so interesting. I could honestly look at them all day. And I'm going to end this episode right
There's a YouTube channel called My Lunch Break. It's called My Lunch Break YouTube channel. You will get addicted to that shit.
Some interesting shit.
What would happen if today we proved to the world that the Great Fire narratives all over the world are a massive, massive cover-up, proving that they were actually huge demolition projects, removing buildings that were built prior to 1776, and that the population of these massive cities were basically zero? What if I told you that today, after this episode, you will never think about the Great Fires the same way ever again? What if I told you that after this episode, you will never trust the mainstream history ever again? I've been waiting a long time to share this episode with the world. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready to see what we found today? Chicago, Illinois. We have the 1871 Great Fire, a fire that destroyed everything, over 17,500 buildings, and only left 6 buildings supposedly, killing basically nobody. 0.0008% of people died. Humans cannot inhale smoke. Not only do we have to keep the fire physically burning the individuals in mind, but also just as dangerous and a major cause of death from fires are actually inhaling smoke, taking only 2 to 10 minutes to pass out or even die. Fire burns oxygen. So as a fire continues to be active, more oxygen gets removed from the room. Keep this in mind as we continue. Here we have photos of all of the buildings. The whole city was supposedly destroyed by a fire. If this is true, then more than 300 people of the 334,000 people would have died. Today, in my opinion, will be the end of the mainstream history narrative. One of two things is more likely than what they're telling us, and more probable mathematically, where all of the buildings are destroyed, yet nobody had an issue getting away. So either there were more people that died than just 0.008% of the population. When all of the 17,500 buildings were in flames, then we're actually being told about, which would make a lot more sense. But this is not the narrative that we're told. And to clear this up and to give this a much clearer perspective, 1871, where people didn't even have cars yet. They had to ride their horses or run around in order to escape this fire. So that is option number one. The other option is that the population simply wasn't 300,000 people like we're being told. And these cities were actually empty, and the previous civilization was erased. And it was time, more specifically, a planned time, to demolish most of their work. And they just absolutely shredded these 17,500 buildings with massive bombs and explosives to destroy the old world civilization's construction. Buildings that would have given this entire false narrative away decades ago. Destroying 17,500 buildings before anyone really even started living in Shalaga again. And this option, in my opinion, seems like the most logical answer, because why would only 300,000 people already have 17,500 buildings in the first place? I think this point alone proves that we are being lied to, that the mainstream history is not truthful. Right after this 1871 fire, they tell us that they just cleaned the whole thing up and all these other brand new buildings are magically here again. For example, like we discussed in episode 58, the second Palmer House was completed just 4 years after the 1871 Great Fire. So we can see that the mainstream narrative has a ton of issues and flaws. It is becoming story hour. It's not factual information like we deserve at this point. And these questions that we're asking are just opening the floodgates for the truth to come through. We also have the Temple building to compare the Great Fire information to. The Temple building was the tallest building in Chicago. You know, the building that was owned by the Orient, which still meets today. And it also holds the narrative where the primary designer of the building and the primary representative, both of them, not one, both died during the construction, which we have seen so many times. Where we also know from episode 58 that they moved to the new in 1926, where it's time to take this up a notch and really start to put this whole thing into perspective, and also go even deeper than we did in our last episode, because there is so much more to this story that we didn't cover yet. When the new building supposedly replaced an even earlier venue on the exact same site. So what happened to the first one? It opened in November of 1903 when the fire broke out 1 month later in December of 1903. 1 month later, during a performance and caused 602 deaths and ranks as the #1 worst theater fire in the United States, even to this day. For nearly 100 years, this fire was the deadliest fire in one building in U.S. history, now being #1. And get this theater was supposedly fireproof. 1 month after being opened, it burns down. This is incredible. And we have seen this exact story before from our St. Louis episodes, when they say that the fire started due to lighting the curtain on fire. So this curtain starts on fire, and the fire exits were locked or hidden, which sounds like a planned opinion. Even if this wasn't a event, let's think logically here. In 1871, during the Chicago fire, when 17,500 stone and brick buildings were magically burned to the ground, even though we know that stone and brick does not burn to the ground from house fires, which is why you have stone and brick fireplaces inside your living room. And everyone all over the world remains extremely calm, and your neighbors don't seem to mind either. It doesn't and never will spread to their house or to the basement. It won't make your house look like a bomb went off. And I guess I should say, don't try this at home. But come on, you get the point. Do you think that it's possible that they possibly by chance might not have been able to escape their homes? Or they were maybe up too high in one of the buildings to escape? Do you think that a group of people may have had some trouble escaping their building? Do you think that it's possible that more than one of the 17,500 buildings somewhere in Chicago that looked like they were exploded might have crumbled on top of someone? Or is it even possible that maybe a single issue might have came up anywhere, like this theater did, where the door was jammed? They say that the Chicago fire started at 8:30 p.m. Do you think that maybe some people were sleeping and didn't realize there was a fire until it was too late? Were there possibly some individuals that had a broken leg or were disabled? Was there not a hospital with people in it that possibly couldn't escape the smoke? And if they did, where did everybody go? The fire was supposedly engulfing the roads and spreading to the next building. All 300,000 people would have been burnt to a crisp if the mainstream history tale was true. It would have been one massive bonfire, yet basically everybody survived. My point is, how is it mathematically possible that one building kills 600 people, yet 17,500 buildings kill 300 people? At which point does everyone understand that we are being lied to? And the mainstream history from only 150 years ago is a lie. So how can you believe something that the same people are telling us about from over 1,000 years ago? And how can we believe anything that we're being told by this group of people that lie constantly? Nearly every single one of these great fires happened in the 1800s, right after the 1776 date, which was when the USA began. The main great fire that predates the 1776 date falls on 1/6, which is the London Great Fire, which is where the USA originally came from. And I'm guessing, based on all of my research, that this date of 1/6 is a code and not a real event. Because I'm about to take this thing to a whole nother level from this point until the end of the episode. And we are going to destroy their narrative. So I hope you all have your popcorn ready. It's time to make our own history. Here we go. The Great Fire of London in 1/6 destroyed 13,200 houses, 87 parish churches, the Royal Exchange, Guildhall, and St. Paul's Cathedral. 13,200 houses. So there must have been thousands of casualties, right? 6 people died in the Great Fire of London. And this is when we know we have found something huge. When we go to New York, where they had the Great Fire of New York, destroying 700 buildings. And which year was that in again? I forget. Can somebody clear this up for me? Am I right? Or am I definitely right that this operation worldwide began in 1776? The Great Fire of New York happened in 1776, holding only 2 deaths, covering 700 buildings. 2 people died in the entire Great Fire of New York.
With this
2,
history.
700 buildings, and only 2 people in 1776. So what's the total at? We have 1 building in Chicago holding 600 deaths. I have shown 3 Great Fires so far, Chicago, New York, and London, with a total of 308 deaths that have a total of 31,490 buildings destroyed. This is impossible for 31,490 buildings to be engulfed in flames with basically nobody dying. 308 deaths to be exact. If you trusted the narrative before today, this day will be the final day that it is trusted ever again. Because in 1916, Paris, Texas also had a great fire where it destroyed everything in its path besides people. Because it destroyed 1,440 old world buildings where only 3 people died, moving the total old world buildings that were destroyed up to 32,930. 32,930 buildings gone. And could you imagine what these buildings, what these cities looked like with the mainstream narrative admitting that these buildings were all here and now they're gone? So again, 32,930 buildings are gone, with a total of now only 311 deaths, making this extremely clear that we are being lied to about something. Either the death totals were actually way higher than what we're being told, or these cities were basically empty. I've had a lot of people comment that they want me to include Canada and incorporate it into my research, and I can't wait to do that right now. Toronto, Canada, you're up. You had a great fire in 1904, destroying over 100 old world buildings. We know these were built by a much more advanced previous civilization. Buildings that would make 0 sense in our fabricated mainstream historical timeline, where we are given a massive fire, destroying everything in its path with a total of 0 deaths. Nobody, not a single person, not one person inhaled too much smoke for 2 to 10 minutes. In a great fire that took down over 100 buildings. In 1852, we are given the Great Fire of Montreal, Canada, where it left 10,000 people homeless, when 57,000 people in 1852 had hundreds of buildings, which isn't logical at all, or isn't mathematically probable in itself. If you think that Donkeys Incorporated saddled up in the early half of the 1800s and knocked out massive cities for only 57,000 people, I think it's time to reconsider what you've been told. When within a few hours, 1/4 of Montreal was destroyed. And yet again, nobody died. Nobody. Destroying almost half of the city's houses. In 1852, they all evacuated perfectly and ran to safety. Everybody, not a single person had an issue. Do you understand what it would take for a fire to spread from house to house rapidly? We all understand that this fire would be massive. I know I'm being brutally honest, but a lot of people would have died. This would have been extremely catastrophic. This would not be a case of 0 deaths. In fact, it would have been nowhere near 0 deaths. And we all know this. This narrative of 0 casualties is simply not the true history of our past, where we are also told that 1,100 houses burned down. Nobody had an issue getting away from these fires, not a single person. Fires that supposedly swept the streets to spread to the next house over and over in 1852. How were they just escaping the situation? You would think that somebody would have died from inhaling too much smoke. Now, this tells us 1,100 houses burned down, but leaves out the buildings. So let's just estimate that it was around the same as Toronto, adding another 100 buildings to that 1,100, moving the total buildings destroyed from these great fires to 34,230 buildings destroyed and only 311 casualties. And remember, there are hundreds of great fire narratives that happen in a city near you. The mainstream history is suggesting that we are supposed to believe at this point that 110 buildings have to go down in flames for us to record one death. If this was one death per 22 buildings destroyed in these great fires, we would be at a much more realistic death total of 1,555 deaths, which is 1/5 the amount that we're being told. When realistically, it should be flipped. We should realistically have less death today per building than they would in the 1800s, since we have cars, phones, proper firefighters, and the rest. To say that 0 people in the 1800s died from a great fire that swept through the entire city, leaving the end result looking like massive bombs went off multiple times, is mathematically impossible. This is not a realistic narrative at all. And now that we have looked into this, compared it to other situations, shown factual evidence that they are lying in all of this, I want to give my opinion on what happened. I think that the population worldwide was basically 0 in the early 1800s. The previous civilization's population around the world before 1776, I would say 100 years prior to 1776, based on the condition that these buildings were in, it would put it at around 100 years, realistically. It couldn't have been thousands of years. These buildings would have just been a mess, just from the nature growing all over it and inside. But I believe the worldwide population in what we call the 15 or 1600s was massive. I believe that the technology was much more advanced than what we have today. And we are given back a very small percentage of this technology and told that it's brand new. And we all get excited and believe it. We are told that we are advancing when really we're just going around and around, getting the same exact technology as last time, or less than the previous civilization. And this is all based on control. The fact that they wrote these fake stories and made it so blatantly obvious that they are fake, saying that 0 people in massive fires, destroying all of their homes, all of their buildings over and over and over. Here we have the Great Fire of Detroit in 1805, which was 29 years after the USA came around, and also 29 years after the New York Great Fire in 1776. Notice, nearly all of these great fires are happening after that date, and they tell us that nearly everything was destroyed. But yet again, nobody died. Where it starts in the stable again, and yet again, not a single death. Everything is destroyed. Nobody died. And this reminds me of the repeating narrative where they tell us that everything was built in a year perfectly, over and over and over, all over the world, by a guy and his donkey riding team with no power tools, no machines, no training. The stone shipping company coordinate the delivery right on time. The mud trails in the rain were never an issue. The freezing winters, they just told them to get over it and toughen up. And they get the whole building or cathedral done with no issues, done in 7 months. This kind of stuff is so repetitive in just a different way. These narratives hold patterns, and this is one of them. These fire narratives are all connected. And I don't personally think that they were fires. I think they were bombs and explosives. They were deliberate attacks on the old world buildings to hide our true past, our true history, which is exactly why we are all so confused as to where we are and what we're doing here. I really hope you all enjoyed learning about these great... Oh, wait. What is this? Detroit only had 600 people during this massive Great Fire. What did 600 people need hundreds of buildings for in 1805? Well, the math doesn't lie, and it never will. These 600 people did not build these buildings. And I was going to end this episode right there, but I just want to make sure this is not a debate at all, and an episode that everyone can remember. 1916 Phoenix Great Fire, 80 buildings destroyed, 1 death. Miami, Florida, 1901, 2,368 buildings gone to the fire. Only 7 deaths from thousands of buildings. Only 7 deaths. Houston, Great Fire of 1912. The fire claimed 0 lives, but caused an estimated $7 million in damage to property, equating to $237 million today. And nobody died. I have been seeing a few people across multiple platforms that haven't really looked into this topic. that are saying that just because we have done this before and can see the buildings here in front of us, this automatically means that we are able to construct these buildings today if we wanted to, even though we never do and never will. We have all the tools and make mistakes all the time. Our buildings and bridges fall apart after 100 years, but the ones from the 1800s and much longer before that were built with perfection and not one flaw, thrown together in less than a year without blinking an eye. It was simple, perfect stonework, never a mistake. Remember, in 2023, we use actual construction companies. We have the tools, not slaves, not prisoners, not horses and wagons. We are supposed to be so much better than the people of the 1800s. This is what they tell us. This is the mainstream narrative. Evolution, of course. But we have proven time and time again that the people from the 1800s built Capitol buildings over and over and over in less than a year. Basilicas, cathedrals, all over the world. They get burned to the ground by a fire. And then a few short months later, the old one is all cleaned up and a new one is there forever. They could knock out entire towns in a few months, entire world's fairs. They supposedly were able to build these buildings so fast, so well, with untrained workers, people that have never constructed anything before, prisoners, people that went to jail for any reason at all. They could all build cathedrals in every country, in every town, in every century, except for this one that we're in today. They built so many of them and so fast that they could just afford to knock them all down when they were done. This is what we're told, of course. In my opinion, none of this happened. In my opinion, these buildings are from the previous civilization, and our entire history timeline is a complete fabrication. And this is proven time and time again. And the fire story gives it all away, every time. Here we are in Texas, more specifically, 414 St. Joseph Street, Gonzales, Texas. And why are we here? Well, they have the Gonzales County Courthouse. And in my opinion, the narrative is lying. Are we all ready? Here we go. The contract was awarded to Furman Morin on June 26, 1894. But wait, there's something weird going on here. We're told that this wasn't the first courthouse on this site. This is the second building to serve as the county courthouse. Well, what do you mean this wasn't the first one? What happened to the first one? The first Gonzales County Courthouse burned down on December 3rd, 1893. Do you notice how fast they tried to throw that in there? It was like they thought we wouldn't notice or something. Of course we will. This is what we do. Look at how they worded it, too. They didn't even say the first building or the first courthouse. They just quickly say the first burned on December 3rd, 1893. And they just want to move on like nothing happened. So we get the nod. Another fire story. Very interesting. And also the clear giveaway that this is a building from the past civilization. In my opinion, and a reminder that there was never a fire here on this site. This is simply a nod to their group that this building is from the old world. Now, let's continue shredding this nonsense apart. We are told that the second county courthouse was completed on April of 1896. The contract was awarded in June of 1894. They get their superintendent for the construction in 1895. And then in April of 1896, the building is done. And this all happens in basically 2 years after the first one burned down. And it's weird because it takes almost as much time to find the superintendent as it does to actually build the entire building. And it lasts forever. So let's get this straight. They're telling us that December 1893, the first one is in flames. And we have no idea who built that one or anything about it. And don't ask any questions about that one. And then 6 months later, it's gone and all cleaned up by June of 1894. And the contract is ready to roll. And from June 1894, we wait until some point in time in 1895. So at least 6 months, but could have been 18 months. Since they don't share the information, we have to speculate. So let's meet in the middle at 12 months to find a construction guy. And then he knocks this thing out somehow by April of 1896. Who believes that he did this in less than a year? How many people worked for him? It's just weird that they tell us that he was just an owner of a quarry that had limestone in it. Now all of a sudden, he is a construction superintendent guy that builds massive courthouses in a year. Wow, the 1800s were incredible. You could truly be anything you want back then. Amazing. And a total joke of a story. This is absolute insanity that this kind of stuff is what we are supposed to believe actually happened. We all understand that in order to build a massive courthouse, you would need to get all the materials there. We would need to have a proper amount of construction workers that are properly trained. This quarry owner can't just go build it himself. We would need the proper equipment, incredible architecture. The planning had to be perfect. Using the specs that they give us on this courthouse, I asked ChatGPT a question, and the answer was eye-opening. I asked hypothetically, how long would it take to build a courthouse in 1895? And how many men would you need? I asked if it could give me a breakdown of how much material would be needed, and also include other details that are important in constructing a courthouse that covers 2.7 acres. I explained that it is a building in a Romanesque revival style with eclectic details, meaning it covers other types of architecture designs, and that it will be built with red brick and white limestone trim. Now, these are the specs that we are given from the mainstream narrative. This is what they tell us. They tell us this information because they have to. The thing is literally sitting here looking right at us. For anyone that wants to go look at it, you can walk right up to it and see it, or you can see a picture of it as we are right now. So let's see what this AI tells us. We are told that constructing a courthouse in 1895 in the specs that they stated would have been a significant undertaking. And here is the breakdown. Just the design and planning would have taken pretty much a year. Just because it's 1895, you still need permits and approvals. This happened in 1895. This isn't caveman days, where you just get to build massive buildings and not tell anyone about it. So the fact that they're ignoring this part of the story over and over is crazy. This would have taken another couple months. So then we move on to the materials. We are told that the amount of red brick needed would depend on the design and size of the courthouse. Courthouses that cover 2.7 acres could use hundreds of thousands to millions of bricks. This is an unbelievable amount of material just for bricks alone. The process in getting these materials to the site is not easy. So then the white limestone trim, 100,000 cubic feet of limestone, the wood for interior elements, including flooring, stairs, and doors. A substantial amount of wood would be required. Then we will need steel and glass, and not just any glass. They have to be perfect for windows in the Romanesque revival style. Now, of course, the best part, in my opinion, because they don't even mention any people that help this quarry owner guy. The labor, the number of workers needed would vary, but constructing such a massive courthouse might require hundreds of laborers. Hundreds? And not a mention of one in this story? And this isn't even to build it in a year. This is just saying to build it in a respectable timeline. So to build it in a year, there had to be way more than hundreds of workers, like we're told. Amazing. Okay, you would need bricklayers, carpenters, masons. Oh, did I say that? Steel workers and general laborers. When we are told that slaves and prisoners built these places in a year, just remember this and ask yourself if you think this is true or not. Now we have the construction time. Given the scale and complexity, construction could take several years, perhaps 3 to 5 years. The Romanesque revival style, with its ornate details, would require careful craftsmanship, which takes time. So these workers had to have been trained and been good at it, especially finishing it in a year. This is insane. How were these workers not world-renowned? Wouldn't there be statues of them? They probably could have made the statues themselves in their backyards in a couple of days, since they were so good at it. And now, of course, we have the ridiculous part of the transportation. Transporting materials to the construction site. And before we get into this, I want to mention this, that they don't mention this in the story. And I think they don't on purpose, because it is so insane. Here we go. Transporting materials to the construction site would require horses, wagons, and likely a nearby source of limestone. Okay, so the horses and wagons moved the 100,000 cubic feet of limestone from the quarry. What a joke. Now they will need tools, of course. You can't do this without tools. So here's the tools and equipment section. Tools of the time would include hammers, chisels, saws, cranes, and various other hand tools. Just hammering and chiseling away in 1895 to 1896 with their horses and wagons. The fact that they tell us these buildings go up all over the world in a year is such a lie, in my opinion. You'd need a source of water for mixing mortar and for the workers. If it's a large project, which this one definitely is, you might even need on-site housing for the workers. which they don't have on-site housing for the workers. Have you ever seen a narrative say this? No. They ignore the actual logistics in every narrative. You need people to build these places, and people need things such as housing, food, water. This is common sense, yet never mentioned. Stone carvers and artisans would be required for this work. What was their names? Did the quarry owner do that himself? No. Which company had pro stone carvers and artisans? And of course, supervision. You'd need a skilled supervisor and project managers to ensure the work proceeds smoothly and to quality standards. And this is literally the only part that we are given. The only part we are given is the person that should be watching over all of the things that actually have to happen. I'm going to put this in sports terms. They're basically telling us the name of the coach for the Patriots, and then forgetting to tell us all about Tom Brady, or the coach's name of the Lakers and the Bulls, and not saying anything about Kobe, LeBron, Michael Jordan, or Dennis Rodman. All we get is Phil Jackson and Frank Vogel. This is insane. This is not working anymore. So I asked it to be more specific with the timeline. I said, so in all, how long would this all take? It responded with this. Given the complexity and scale of constructing a courthouse, covering 2.7 acres in the Romanesque Revival style with red brick and white limestone trim in 1895, the entire process could take 1 year to just design and plan it. Another several months to permitting and approvals, several more months to a year for the materials, and 3 to 5 years to build the building. So in total, it mathematically and logistically should take anywhere from 4.5 years to 7.5 years. This is unbelievable, considering so many times we are told that a building goes down in a fire and then another one is built in a few months. This kind of brushing it off with a few months kind of thing isn't working anymore. And I don't want to end the episode yet. I want to go even deeper and even more specific. So I asked, how many horses would they need for this project? And here we go. The horses would be needed for 6 major things in this project in 1895. Transporting, milling and lifting, general labor, site grading and excavation, water and power, cranes and heavy lifting, and getting the cranes there to the site, of course. This would take 20 to 30 horses to finish the project in 4.5 to 7.5 years, not 1 year. So we all understand. They would need way more than 30 horses. And we all understand that horses need water. Remember, this is for 30 horses for possibly 7.5 years. I want to make that point extremely clear. This is not the 1 year timeline that we're told. Now here we go. Let's absolutely destroy the narrative and end it forever. That any building anywhere in the world, like this one, could not be simply built in a year and just brushed off with zero explanation. How much water would the horses actually need? This is a key point that cannot be ignored, like it is in the mainstream narrative. A typical horse would drink anywhere from 5 to 15 gallons of water per day for a project like this. This is to properly keep the horses hydrated, or they will die, especially in Texas, where it's extremely hot in the summer months. For only 30 horses, you would need 300 gallons of water per day. This is only 10 horses over 7.5 years. Where is all this water coming from? Why is this massive point ignored? The point alone proves that this project did not happen in a year. This is such a horrible slip up for the narrative. And it is the most important part of the logistic project that needs to be taken care of. Without the water supply for the main transportation for the project, none of this happens anywhere in the world in the 1800s. From this point on, a narrative that tells us that they built a building in a year in the 1800s without explaining the massive supply of water for the horses should be looked at as a lie. Incredible. This is a major failure by the narrator, a massive flaw that now opens the floodgates. This narrative is not possible. Did they think that we would never question this? And now we know that this type of construction is not even close to possible. We are waking up to the nonsense. We are educating each other, building a group of people that are not just accepting lies and actually questioning. We are looking into things, and the more we look, the easier it gets, the more answers we find. Nicholas J. Clayton, an 1800s master architect who is pinned to 47 buildings, mainly located in the state of Texas, that are under investigation today. 11 of the 47 buildings have been demolished, 3 more burning to the ground, including the Electric Pavilion that we are being told was constructed in 1882 and burned down the very next year. While he is also pinned to the Masonic Lodge building, which was also demolished, pinned to the temple located on 816 22nd Street, which later became the Masonic Temple, with his father having the exact same name, Nicholas J. Clayton, which we've seen so many times in the first 61 episodes, reoccurring names constantly, where the mainstream narrative is no longer able to hide and make flaws that nobody cares about anymore. When we are told that Clayton knocked out the St. Mary's Infirmary in Galveston, Texas in 1874, and it's demolished in 1865, knocking a building down 9 years before it was constructed. Clayton was born in 1839 and moved to the USA as a small child from Ireland. And I think this is going to show us how these people, like Clayton, were inserted into these roles, pinned as the architect of old world buildings. Clayton went into the United States Navy, where he was now planted in Galveston, Texas in the 1800s, and was destined to be a master architect in our history books, where he became one of the first professional architects in Texas. And of course, the very first architect in Texas would be the best to ever live in Texas, with 0 mistakes ever, and his buildings built to last lifetimes, knocking out the Sacred Heart Catholic Church in 1905, where in 1888, the Jesuits took over the responsibilities of the parish. Clayton was also pinned to the main building at St. Edward's University, located in Austin, Texas, where we are told that the first one was completed in 1888, the same exact year that the Jesuits took over the other Clayton Church. And they tell us that the one we see today is the second one, when they rebuilt it no problem at all in 1903 after a fire, where it gets very interesting when they tell us that they hired Clayton to design the structure. But when we go back to his works, this building is not listed, adding to the fire total that we mentioned earlier. Clayton also is said to have designed the Beach Hotel in Galveston, Texas. Construction began in 1882, and they just wrapped that thing right up in 1883. 1 year later, not a problem in the 1800s, where it was destroyed by a mysterious fire. Just 15 years later, where the cause of the fire was never determined. A 25-minute fire in 1898, and the whole thing is gone. A mysterious fire. Yeah, okay. And apparently, the Harmony Hall is another Masonic temple that Clayton was pinned to, where we are about to turn this thing up a notch. The Masonic temple had its cornerstone laid in 1882, after they just upgraded their chisels over at Donkeys Incorporated Home Depot. This building was done in 2 years by Clayton and his horse and wagon team. Completed in 1884. All of this is done before the power tool was even invented in 1895. So we all know who gets the old world building, taken over in 1884 with Gothic detail engrafted on classic forms in the Italian Renaissance. It was a masterpiece, where they tell us that the building was later destroyed by a fire in 1928. Just take a look at the building and tell me if this is something that looks like it would be built in 2 years today. I mean, I would say it's possible if we had the very best tools, the most incredible equipment, the best workers that were fully trained, a shipping company that was right on time, and all the rest. But for us to believe that this took 24 months in 1884 before the power tool and then randomly burns down is, in my opinion, is complete nonsense. Back then, many of the Masons worked downtown, and even as the building burned, they saved the books, said Abby Hughes, a master Mason and member of the Scottish Rite for 56 years. They moved almost everything, even the grandfather clock, where we are told this building also held an elaborate Italian marble staircase, and they saved that as well. I'm gonna ask you guys, does this sound like a fire? Or does this sound like a demolition after they removed everything. Let me know what you think in the comments. Do we all trust what Master Abby has to say? Her story seems a little odd if you ask me. When they go on to say, during this fire that burned down the incredible building, with the flames ripping through it, they were able to remove piece by piece this Italian marble staircase. They cleaned it up and gave it a brand new home, making it the centerpiece for the current cathedral. And this was an acceptable narrative for nearly 100 years until now, where we all know, after everything we've seen to this point, we know that this is complete nonsense and was a destruction process on a building that they did not build. They found it, they repurposed it, and they took all the valuable books and items out of it that belonged to the previous civilization and destroyed the building. What else they pinned to this Clayton guy? Ball High School in Galveston, Texas, where Ball High tells us that in 1884, Ball High became the second ever high school in the state of Texas. And this was their high school. I mean, do I even have to say anything? Does it get any more incredible than that? This was built in the 1800s as a high school. The cornerstone is said to have been laid in February of 1884. That same year that Clayton wrapped up this building that had a demon fire that licked its way through the rich furnishings, gutted the building, and cracked the walls, sending debris flying into the streets, where thousands of people watched. Another quote from Abby Hughes, the master mason of the Scottish Rite for 56 years, when I'm sure nobody was watching them do anything. Ball High started its construction in 1884 and wrapped it right up in 1886. 2 years, done. So Clayton was just knocking these things out, no problem at all. And could you imagine him today, just ripping through these things in our towns today? And could you imagine if this guy actually had power tools? What kind of buildings would he be building today? I mean, I think he would be the Picasso of our time. Just imagine if Clayton had one cordless drill. Imagine him having a saw or a shipping company that had the trucks that we have today. I think this building would have gotten done in like a week. Why do we not have statues of this Clayton guy? We would have a total of 0 houses with vinyl siding. I can guarantee you that. There's no way Clayton would have allowed that. Our town halls, our high schools, they would have been palaces. And we know that there was a much more advanced previous civilization that is definitely being hidden from our timeline. A civilization that had incredible knowledge, had proper training, had all the tools, and understood how to get these buildings done all over the world. And they did not do it while riding around like a cowboy, while in their wagon. When we are told that in 1955, this building just wasn't cutting it anymore, and they felt like they needed to upgrade it, where according to GalvestonMonthly.com, they say that this was the oldest public school in Texas. They say there is a letter that was beneath the cornerstone, buried in a time capsule that contained the items related to the school's incarnation. And I would love to know what they found in 1955 in that time capsule. And here we're going to see how incredibly well built these old world buildings really were. In 1900, a Category 4 hurricane devastated this location, killing around 8,000 people, which remains the worst weather-related disaster in U.S. history in terms of loss of life. Yet, a year later, in 1901, this school was back in service, as if nothing happened. In 1954, they had a new school built, as we have mentioned. And soon after, they tore down the structure. And since they just can't leave it out of the story, of course, they had built a new building, which was later sold to the United Fire and Casualty Company, located on the exact same site. Now, we were also given the synagogue in Texas that has incredible architecture and a very strange past, where we are told that this is one of the oldest standing synagogues in Texas. And all of these buildings that we've mentioned are all attached to the same exact character, Nicholas Clayton. The synagogue was supposedly designed by local architect Fred Stewart, designed and built in the same year of 1870. And then they sell it the same year that Ball High School was demolished in 1955. And they sold it to the Masonic Lodge, with this building, of course, also surviving the 1900s Category 4 hurricane. No problem at all. Now, I'm going to be honest, I'm shocked they didn't just name this town of Galveston the town of Clayton, because he is pinned to everything here. He's pinned to the temples. He's pinned to the high schools, the courthouses, where he knocked out the town's 4th courthouse, 3-story stone structure, completed in 1892, when it just wasn't cutting it anymore. And they knocked it down to build a new one 6 years later in 1898. And I'll tell you what, Galveston, your historical narrative is one of the sketchiest narratives that I've ever heard. The first courthouse was done in 1838, 186 years ago, built by nobody. And what happened to it? They tell us nothing. We're just supposed to believe them. And guess what? A brand new one is on the way. In 1857, it's here. Who built that one? It will forever be a mystery, just the way the mainstream narrative likes it. Second courthouse, get out of the way. A third one is coming in, a 3-story stone structure, exactly like the 4th one. This one is designed by Eugene Thomas Heiner in 1882. And this one was, of course, not up to the 1800 standards, a time period where we had nothing better to do besides build 3-story stone palaces and then knock them down 10 years later, only to build a brand new 3-story stone structure in 1892. And just get rid of that one 6 years later, where that one is partially destroyed by the 1900s hurricane. And the 6th and present courthouse was completed, where this gets strange. The current building was built in 2006. It says that according to multiple sources, but the main source leaves out this other building, where they say that another building was built in 1966, which we aren't being told about in the official narrative. So this is the current day courthouse, and it's actually the 7th courthouse on this site. We are all understanding that they were not building massive courthouses and knocking them down over and over and over. And we've shown this many times throughout all of the episodes. The first courthouse was a masterpiece from the old world, where the first courthouse is always a masterpiece from the old world. And they replace it with this thing and give us these insane stories where they knock down 10 buildings and only need them for a few years, where I have gone even deeper and found that there were actually 7 courthouses, not 6. With this box being the replacement in 1966, our modern construction in the last 60 years is pathetic. This box, the one that they tell us, was highly regarded for its modern architecture. The governor proclaimed it the most beautiful courthouse in the state of Texas. This guy must have been blind as a bat. This box, built in the architecture style called your basic box style, he called that a modern masterpiece of the 20th century. And that replaced this courthouse. And we all understand that this was the original courthouse, where in any of their 7 courthouses, this story would not hold up, where they have zero information on the 1838, 1856, 1875, or 1892 courthouses. They don't even have a fake drawing to show us. Nothing. Because this 1898 building was built long before 1898 and long before 1838. This building was here and built by the previous civilization that once lived in this location. They can't just say they had 7 courthouses and give the public zero information about them. That is nonsense. It's not true. And this nonsense may have worked for a century, but it does not work anymore. And now we have possibly the most incredible building that is pinned to Clayton's name, the Ashbel Smith Building, also located in Galveston, Texas. And it still stands here today. This is the oldest medical school building west of the Mississippi River, according to the mainstream narrative, where we have photos before 1900. And we have nothing. We have dirt roads. And then we have this palace. And then we have a photo from September in 1900, right after the hurricane. And the building held up pretty well, where only the roof took some damage. But the rest of the building looks fine, especially when you compare it to the 1900s construction, where a house we built was completely destroyed. Here are some more houses that we built that are just gone. We have 4 blocks of our houses that we built completely wiped out. And then we have the old world building just needing a little roof work. And there are a lot of photos of the 8,000 casualties that I'm not going to show here, obviously. But for a storm this big to hit, and the building really doesn't look affected at all, shows how impressive these structures from the old world really are. And it's interesting to see the comparisons of our construction at the exact same time, totally wiped out. Oh, and did I mention that this building we are supposed to believe was built in 1 year, over 130 years ago? And where is this thing located? Was it like 5 miles away from the ocean? And that's why it wasn't really affected by this massive hurricane? Of course not. It was right on the front lines, taking a direct hit from the 1900s hurricane. And not only did it survive the 1900s hurricane, no problem at all, it also, of course, was a survivor of Hurricane Ike after being flooded by 6 feet of water in 2008. These buildings are incredible and built with perfection, and not in a year with zero backstory. These buildings hold a hidden past, one that we are working to uncover and show to the world every single week. In episode 80, when Chicago told us that no other city in the world has tunnels. What an incredible slip up. The further that we go into this research, the more ammunition that we have to attack this ridiculous narrative all over the world. When we are told that this site in Turkey is the largest excavated underground city in Turkey alone, and is one of several underground complexes found throughout Cappadocia, which is a region in Turkey. The underground city in Turkey could accommodate up to 20,000 people and had amenities found in other underground complexes, such as wine and oil presses, stables, cellars, storage rooms, where the mainstream historians were there. And they remember that the rooms on the left were used for studies. And this information about the rooms on the left have just been passed down from generation to generation. This is a bunch of nonsense. They don't know what activity was going on in these rooms. And we know this now. This is a guess, 100%. They don't have any idea what was going on in these rooms. And that's the reality of the situation. So let's not pretend that someone born in 1980 is going to know exactly what happened in rooms underground. You can't just walk into an abandoned building and know all about their basement. Somebody would have to tell you what each room was used for. So this story about them knowing that rooms on the left are used for studies, this story is nonsense. It's extremely important for all of us to be able to read a narrative and see through the children's stories. They are a trick, and they keep people in that trance where people would just accept it for years and never think twice. We are exposing ridiculous statements over and over, showing exactly how to detect them within a narrative so that you can go find them yourself. And this is not just in history. This kind of thing happens all the time, even to this day. It is very important to be able to critically think, to ask questions. Starting between the 3rd and the 4th levels are a series of vertical staircases. Multiple levels under the city is exactly what we are reading, where we can now fully see that we were correct all along, that these cities are not just on the ground. Multiple levels under our feet, all over the world, which we have shown. It's incredible. The old world creating all of this, where they had technology that would blow our minds today. And then possibly the most bone-chilling moment in all of our research so far, showing that this was a civilization that was in hiding. Hiding from what? What was the old world, the previous civilization? What were they hiding from? Where there is a large 180-foot ventilation shaft
The shaft provided water to both the villagers above, and if the outside world was not accessible, the water would be provided to those in hiding. Those in hiding. Can you believe this? Where the city accommodated up to 20,000 people underground, multiple levels. What happened here where we all live today? Clearly, the history that we have all been told is missing something massive, a mass destruction event that I believe was without a doubt within the last few hundred years. And we are all now back on the ground level. We are now the finders or the founders of all of the previous civilizations' work. And this is becoming extremely clear at this point. Where the caves might have been, maybe. Again, the mainstream narrative has no idea. This is the first thing that is stated, that the caves might have been built in the 8th to the 7th centuries BCE, like 2,800 years ago. Pinning this date down, maybe, as they like to say. So they pull that number out of thin air and continue on to tell us that they were replacing languages because one just died out. Of course it did. Just gone. Well, maybe it did. So the inhabitants expanded their caverns to deep, multiple level structures, 85 meters below the city. And let's just open the doors on this thing. Let's blow people's minds today and go deeper than ever before. Here we go. According to BBC, this is not a 4 to 5 level system. This is a site that encompasses 18 levels of tunnels, 18 levels of underground tunnels underneath the city, the largest excavated underground city in the world that we know of, where we know that this is most likely under every single major city in the world, where cave-like rooms stretch on for hundreds of miles, where it's thought that there are more than 200 small, separate underground cities that have also been discovered in this region, maybe connected to these tunnels, creating a massive subterranean network. 200 separate underground cities, all connected underground, 18 levels deep. I have to be honest, this is blowing my mind at this point. Remember, this is what we are all being told. Can you imagine what we are not being told about? Are these things actually deeper than 18 levels? What kind of rooms are really down there? How far do they really reach? Because obviously they have found things that we are not allowed to know about or see within these tunnel systems. Just like in Paris, where the catacombs underground go for thousands of miles, and only part of the ossuary is open to the public. Where in France, there is a much more extensive subterranean network of tunnels under other parts of Paris, which is, of course, off limits to visitors. So what was going on before we all got here? Because it is so obvious at this point that what we are all being taught is complete nonsense. It is not the full story. There was clearly a mass event that made it 100% necessary for massive tunnel systems to be present underneath all of these cities. We have shown that in Chicago, the thousands of miles of tunnels there have also been closed off from the public. Closing these tunnels off from the public today shows me that there is something still in these tunnels, or a purpose for these tunnel systems that's still going on today. There is a motive to block these off from the public. Why are they all working together, blocking these tunnel systems off from the public all over the world today? Is it to hide the past, or is it to hide what is still in there? Is it to hide what's still going on under our feet today? Or is it to hide the future? 200 separate underground cities, all connecting to create a massive subterranean network where we are being lied to about our past 100%. We are all discovering it and taking it back live in real time, where we are told that nobody even knew about what was below their feet until 1963 came around. So 1962, nobody knew that 18 levels and 200 cities were all connected right under our feet.
This is only 61 years ago. 62 years ago, this place was hiding below our feet, undiscovered. Yet they can tell us all about it today, saying they know all about the room on the left and know all about the negative 2,800s, where we all know at this point.
If you suffer from daily pain, please listen closely. The tides are turning. It's no secret that Big Pharma isn't interested in your relief. They want you hooked on pain pills forever, profiting billions in the process. Their motives have been unmasked, and a natural pain solution. Break free from Big Pharma. You have nothing to lose but your pain.
That their narrative is not factual information. Rediscovering this site in 1963 by an anonymous local who kept losing his chickens while he was renovating his home. The chickens found a massive tunnel system. Tommy the chicken found a massive tunnel system 18 levels deep where the poultry would disappear into a small crevice created during the remodel, never to be seen again. Where I definitely need to get some tunnel hunting chickens. Upon closer investigation and some digging, the Turk unearthed a deep passageway. It was the first of more than 600 entrances found within private homes, leading to the subterrestrial city. In this research, I always wonder, will anything ever blow my mind more than what I've just seen? And time again, it just gets more and more incredible. 600 entrances, 18 levels of tunnel systems, 200 cities connecting through a network, all under our feet, all found by a random guy and his chickens. The previous civilization was extremely advanced, fully understanding construction, creating palaces on the ground level, palaces that are still here today, as well as massive underground tunnel systems all over the world. This technology was known all over the world. They were not riding around on donkeys with hammers in their left hand and their chisels in their right. This thought process that humans are finally to the point of getting a telephone or internet, Wi-Fi, planes, trains, cars, all of this, thinking that this is all brand new. This narrative is no longer factual information. Clearly, there have been people here before that had much more technology than we do today. Clearly, there is something else going on here where we all live today. Something that an advanced civilization needed to hide from. And they were clearly able to do so, where according to the mainstream professors, they say that creating 18-level tunnel systems, 200 cities all connecting, would have been fairly easy to do with simple tools like shovels and pickaxes. This is easy, according to the mainstream narrative. Strategically creating a ventilation shaft that provided water in and out of the underground city. Thousands of miles of tunnels, all done very easily. This could have been done with a shovel, according to the brilliant man of Florida State University. According to this guy, 2,800 years ago, they could have done this in their sleep. A spoon or a shovel would have made no difference. The cavemen of the past just had tunnel construction down. They were born with this skill, where the mainstream has no idea who created these tunnels. Because remember, the chicken just found them 61 years ago. So who should they credit these tunnels to? Well, the credit of creating them remains a partial mystery. They don't know who created them, and go on to suggest that the Hittites made them, where they may have excavated them while under attack around 1,200 BCE. So the mainstream says 2,800 years ago, and now saying 3,200 years ago, where they can just make up any date they'd like yet again, and we all believed it, and saying that it was easy. We know that these tunnel systems all over the world were not created easily. 18 levels underground is not created easily with a little shovel. And these networks are never open to the public, which shows me that they may also connect to each other. all over the world. We know that humans need sunlight to survive, where according to ChatGPT, survival without sunlight would likely be limited to a matter of weeks or months. So people, humans, are not going to be able to set up camp for months underground. We simply cannot survive underground for months or years, unless, of course, there was a power source, a light source, electricity, which brings up a brand new question. Whoever was in these tunnels, 18 levels deep, do we all understand how dark it would be down there? Unless they had torches, where again, ChatGPT and AI will tell you that it would be extremely unlikely for a fire torch to stay on in a tunnel system that is 18 floors deep due to the lack of oxygen, ventilation, and fuel source, where it states, even if a fire were to start in a tunnel system, the amount of fuel may be limited. It would need a continuous source of fuel. Now, this is not realistic at all in the narrative that we are all told, especially since we are told that Edwin Drake drilled the first crude oil well in 1859. So, electricity, a light bulb, is the only option, 18 levels below the ground. So going straight back to episode 10 and 38, are we 100% sure that electricity has never been here before? A light bulb. Who was living 18 levels deep in the dark? The answer is clear, that it would not be physically possible for a human to do this in the dark. And we know that a human could not survive or even construct something 18 levels down in the dark. I don't think this is looking so easy after all. And then survived there for months in the dark, proving one of two things. The first being that it was humans who constructed the tunnel systems, and they had technology, such as a light source, technology that we have been given back today. And we've discussed this so many times, but here we have physical evidence that a light source would be necessary. What we are doing right now is taking the mainstream narrative and shredding it right in half forever. They had to have had a light source 18 levels down. Nobody was constructing tunnels in the dark, and we know this. So the light bulb being invented in 1879, I believe, is 100% a lie. And we fully know this now. Now, I definitely believe it was humans, and I believe there was technology. They had a light source and so much more. And this technology is being given back to us today. But let's just pretend, since we're investigating, that there wasn't a light source like the mainstream history is telling us. We'll just go off of their story for a second. Building tunnel systems for thousands of miles in the dark, 18 levels deep with a shovel, 200 cities, all interconnected, tunnel systems connected all over the world, thousands of miles for living spaces, a situation that a human would not thrive in at all, where it is possible that these tunnels and underground structures were created and constructed for survival, and many did not make it, which then in turn created the catacombs. Again, I will never hold back any thought or information. So let's take this a step further. Is there a species out there that we are unaware of today? A species that we are not being told about, hidden from us, blocking us off from the proof within these tunnel systems? A species that is living or have lived right under our feet, a species that would have thrived underground. At this point, we have found so much evidence simply because we have asked questions. And I think it's important to at least ask the question so that we're all aware of it in case we come across more evidence that supports it in the future. There are facts in play here. We know that we could not survive months underground in the dark. So we have to ask, who can? And who could build underground structures 18 levels deep, 200 cities under our feet, exactly like we have shown today, in the dark? Well, It could for sure have been humans, and I'm leaning towards that. But like I said, it's important to ask questions. Could there have been or still be a species that is off limits to the public, a species that thrive underground, where we are told that the Earth was destroyed first by fire and then by ice, and one Earth world, the old world, passed into the other, our civilization today? It is told in the Native American stories that ant people took groups of virtuous humans into their underground homes and protected and taught them until the earth was safe for humans again.
This is quite a famous phenomenon. There are huge cities. They look like ant farms. They look like ant farms on an enormous scale that are dug out under the earth.
Where this took place in Colorado, meaning that there must be massive tunnel systems there as well. So I will be investigating that. Now, this is, of course, a legend, and I'm not saying it is proof at all, but it is very interesting and something to keep in mind, that ant people are being discussed on the other side of the map, with massive tunnel systems all over the world, like we know. Who builds tunnels? Well, ants do. The last time I checked, humans are not known for their tunnel skills and living underground in the dark, but yet we find tunnel systems everywhere, all interconnected strategically, where this is not just in Colorado. It is interesting to note that the Babylonian sky god was named Anu, where the Hopi word for ant is also Anu. And the Hopi root word for Naki means friends, suggesting that the Hopi, Anunnaki, or ant friends might have been the same group as the Sumerian Anunnaki. In multiple languages all over the world are put here to confuse us. Located in what we call today Iraq, around Baghdad. And if these were truly humans' friends, like we are told, and if we are truly in a little season, you can begin to put the pieces together and see why certain locations, such as Baghdad, are chosen to be bombed. Where in April 2003, almost the entire collection of ancient cylinder seals were stolen from the Iraq Museum in Baghdad, and it remains missing. Where the US tanks rolled into Baghdad, they broke into the museum. Looters rampaged through the halls, storerooms, and cellars, stealing more than 15,000 precious objects. Destruction of our true past, showing that this world is so much different than what we've been told, proving that there are things being hidden from us, things that would blow people's minds, species that could possibly still be here, species that are not coming from outer space, but more likely inner space, species that we were told have actually helped us, where the groups in charge have bombed their sites, destroying 15,000 proofs of our past. And we all know that it's more. When on April 14th, 2003, the Iraq National Library and National Archives were burned down, destroying thousands of manuscripts from the previous civilization, where another 170,000 artifacts were stolen or broken. Now, can you even imagine what has been destroyed and hidden from us? 170,000 artifacts and text that would expose our true past, that are now gone, where we can all see very clearly now. We can see what happened and what is going on today. Destroying our history, destroying the true past, destroying the text and stealing them so that we can no longer see them, where you can see how important our past is at this point. If you no longer understand the past, this 100% means that the future can be fully manipulated and controlled. And I want to remind you all that we are just getting started on this channel. An article from 21 years ago states that the rumored existence of huge networks of tunnels beneath Iraq presented a whole new challenge to U.S. troops. We have located thousands of miles of tunnel systems all over the world. And today, we find an article written 21 years ago stating that the rumored existence of huge networks of tunnels are located beneath Iraq, where it stretches for miles, linking palaces, where we are told that there are no lights, just like we've talked about constructing 18 levels underground in the dark, centuries before the invention of a light bulb. 100% challenges the mainstream historical narrative. Understanding that no human could ever construct a massive network of tunnels in the dark, we have found something massive. It seems like there may have been a much different reason for going over to Iraq than what we've all been told. Where Mr. Rumsfeld, at the time, the US Defense Secretary, said, they've got enormous miles and miles and miles of underground tunneling. Continuing on to say, I don't know how inspectors on the surface of the earth can even know what's going on in the underground facilities. Now, we know that the United States has massive tunnel systems all over its major cities. We have found this right here on this channel. We know that they knew about this at least 150 years ago when they introduced these tunnels into our mainstream narrative, naming some of them catacombs, saying others were constructed for phone cables by the Illinois or Chicago Tunnel Company. So if they knew that the United States held old world tunnel systems, they had to have known that these were all over the world. I personally think that they wanted to go to Iraq to see what technology, what information was being stored in their tunnel systems. I think that they probably found things in their own tunnel systems in the USA and fully mapped them out, blocking them off from the public. And now they wanted access to possibly one of the most important historical locations in the world. I think this may have been what 2001 was truly all about. Where the article continues on to say, we believe now that it is more than 100 kilometers or 62 miles, which is very interesting when we look back at Chicago, when we were told that it was thousands of miles of tunnels. And then later on, they tell us that it's only 60 miles. So basically, hiding the rest of the tunnel systems from us. A very clear pattern. 100 kilometers of very complex network, multi-layered tunnels, where we are seeing now that all of these tunnel systems are not just one layer. They are all multiple levels, where according to Patrick, few people have seen the tunnels, where we know that it is not normal to have multiple layered tunnel systems from the old world. And in 10 to 15 years, I don't believe we will ever be able to go back to this point again. We have shown the caves in India, and then you can piece together Afghanistan as well, where this whole war was all about finding a guy in the caves, most likely destroying the old world caves in Afghanistan and the tunnels, artifacts, and the rest that we have shown in episode 84, where the article closes out saying, after encountering the caves used by this group, which we can all read, in this group in Afghanistan, and the rumors of tunnels in Iraq, the US military took steps to ready their troops, going on to say a site including miles of old mining caves in the desert of Southern California was turned into a tunnel warfare center in 2001. Miles of old mining caves in Southern California. Are we sure that these were not found before the mining took place? When they say gold rush, was this not a rush to find all of the old world technology, all of the old world gold? Before this research, I thought what we saw on the ground was basically all that there was to this place that we live. I had no idea that there were thousands of miles of underground structures in Chicago alone. I had no idea that every single city had tunnel systems, connecting palaces. I had no idea that the history told us that humans built underground tunnel networks, reaching 18 levels underground in the dark with a shovel. And we have been told that that's easy. It's absolute nonsense. Let's go to a much more recent article, January 2024, where the Times of Israel reports that senior Israel defense officials now assess that Hamas's Gaza tunnel network is between 350 and 450 miles long, far longer than previously believed. And I want to remind you all that this is what is being exposed to all of us. I believe that this tunnel network goes down multiple levels, just like we have shown, and extends much further than 450 miles. And what we see on the ground is nothing compared to what is going on under our feet. And then you wonder where the missing individuals go, where I think we know now. These catacombs could for sure just be all of us. Years and years of being taken. And once that section of the tunnel fills up in their geometric shapes, they just move on to the next section. And then they open it up for ticket sales, like we have shown. It can't get any clearer, if I'm being honest. Now, with all the technology that these governments have, you would think that they would be able to do some ground penetrating radar and see how extensive these tunnel systems are without ever even going there. I believe this is all nonsense, that they are just finding new tunnels now, where the estimate reported by the New York Times is markedly higher than the Israel Defense Forces assessment. They say there was 250 miles of Hamas tunnels last month, and this month it's 450 miles long. So in 3 years, what do you think it's going to be? These tunnels are massive, and they go many floors down, connecting all over the world. If the public can own ground penetrating radar, the governments can probably see 1,000 feet under the dirt, if we're just being honest. Could you imagine, with the technology that we have today, they still have to send a dog in there to sniff it out? Come on. 2 Israel defense officials who spoke anonymously said there were roughly 5,700 separate shafts leading down into the tunnels. This is just incredible information. Understanding that these tunnels aren't a single level. Understanding that they go down so many floors underneath our feet and are all interconnected. This is unbelievable. In every single situation we see this. Some people have been taken into these tunnels and of course didn't make it, where Israeli forces have worked to destroy the tunnels. Again, my guess, after everything that we have seen, is that so many have been taken into these tunnels and have never come out again, where the tunnels connect below an area of the school. So we can see this is just a very dark subject in today's time, where I'm going to try my best and lob this out there for anyone that is not understanding what I'm trying to say. According to the Child Crime Prevention and Safety Center, every 40 seconds, someone under 18 goes missing or is abducted. In the US alone, approximately 840,000 go missing each year. And the FBI states that between 85 and 90% of them are not adults. So, where do they all go? Information is very important. A triangle system, finding tunnels below the schools, below hospitals, below the place of worship, where we know that this is not singled out to one city. This is all over the world. There is not a single thing that I have shared today that you couldn't go and find yourself. These things are all available to the public. Putting the pieces together is what we are doing here. Now, do you really think that these tunnels are stopping at borders? Do you think they get to the border and say, okay, guys, we hit the border between Mexico and the USA. This is where we have to stop digging. Do you think that that imaginary line is stopping anybody 100 feet below the surface? Who is even keeping track of where they are on the land layout 100 feet below the surface? In my opinion, tunnels are 100%, without a doubt, crossing over imaginary borders, not just in the USA, Canada, or Mexico, but all over the world. And this has been going on for years, and they are all aware of this. They know that tunnels exist and are openly sharing this information with all of us. So do you think that these tunnels in these cities are just stopping there? Of course not. It's all so interesting and shows how in depth this place that we all live really is and always has been. Again, we know that these tunnels are not just hallways. They are not a single level. An article written by BBC in 2020, where US officials say
They have discovered the longest tunnel ever found on the border with Mexico, where this tunnel stretched 1,313 miles. The tunnel, of course, had a lift, rail tracks, where I'm sure the Chicago Tunnel Company had to get back into business and was hard at work. They had a drainage and air ventilation system and high voltage electrical cables. Again, in my opinion, these tunnels have been here for a very long time. I don't believe that our civilization are the sole creators of these networks of tunnels. Surely we have added to them, but I believe that this land layout that we all live on is filled with old world tunnel systems that connect all of the old buildings, exactly like we were told in episode 80.
My dad is the night supervisor at Marshall Fields. Maybe they have an opening. And they did. And they did. There's water in the Pittsfield building and Marshall Fields and the City Hall and this place and that place. And we don't know where it's coming from. And I thought, I know. All those places had one thing in common. All older buildings, all older buildings, all older buildings, all older buildings that were connected to the freight tunnels still.
And they have been here all along from the previous civilization. They found these so-called smuggling tunnels, yet they found no drugs and nobody was arrested. How can you call it a smuggling tunnel if you don't find any drugs and nobody was arrested? It doesn't make any sense. So are we sure these are smuggling tunnels? Or are these old world tunnels that have gotten some cables installed? And then authorities, of course, did not say who they thought was behind the creation of the tunnels. They don't seem to know much about it, where it was not clear how long it took to build it. This tunnel has an average depth of 70 feet below the surface, and this is what we are told. The Sumerian Kings List, an old world text that was once on display in Iraq, and it's no longer there following the 2003 war. The Sumerian Kings List, it documented the long reigns of kings, some of which spanned tens of thousands of years. And this contradicts traditional views of Sumerian history and the timeline of civilization. This contradicts the mainstream story that we've all been told. The Sumerian Kings List, once here and now gone. So let's bring it back to life. In order to do this, we have to go back to 2003, where we see that during the Iraq War, 15,000 artifacts were taken from the Iraqi National Museum. 15,000, many of which have never been recovered. Among these items were tablets and inscriptions related to the Sumerian Kings List, noting that some versions of the Kings List from Iraq are no longer accounted for. They were here in 2002 in Iraq in a museum and are now missing. We are told that the most complete version of the Sumerian Kings List is safe and not missing. And that one's located in the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, England. I don't believe that that was the most complete version, because if it was, we all know that that's the one that would be missing. If the Iraqi version of the Sumerian Kings List was ever digitized, it was never given to the public. There is no widely recognized or accessible digitized version of the Iraqi-held Sumerian Kings List, or any unique version of it that was in the Iraqi National Museum prior to 2003. So not only is it gone, but they also never took a picture of it. Can you believe this? I personally do not. I believe that the photographs are also being withheld from the public. If you are new here, we have proven without a doubt that the mainstream narrative withholds so much information. They withhold sites. They block things off from the public over and over, and it's all to mold the narrative. Because if they didn't do this, the mainstream story, it would have been done a long time ago. If you're on the fence about this and you're new, I suggest going to episode 107, episode 109, and 114. Off Limits to the Public, Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. These episodes fully expose this.
On the 13th of April 2003, when I went back to the museum, It was something like as if a hurricane had hit. Completely everything was destroyed. All the documents were on the floor. All the equipments were stolen. And what about the museum itself? It had really a catastrophe. Because the looters were inside the galleries, the looters were in the storerooms. And for me, that was the first time in my life to see a museum been looted in that way. It had been ransacked completely. What they could not take, they smashed. During the fall of Baghdad, and what we saw of these horrible scenes of the looting all over the city, and what happened to the museum, this was not the only thing.
Personally, I believe that this so-called looting in Iraq was just this group. They were going in there and removing the 15,000 items from the public. And they did this, where we also know that there were so many more than 15,000. They were undocumented items. We've seen in the British Museum how they have 7.92 million items that are not being shown to the public. So could you imagine how many items were actually in the Iraqi National Museum? It was a lot more than 15,000. They were undocumented items in terms of being digitized, and they obviously knew this. The truth is always out there. This is a game, in my opinion. There are keys, and there are clues, and we've unraveled so many of them. So let's go deeper. Samuel Noah Kramer, a supposed 1900s expert in Sumerian history and Sumerian language, where he transformed the field of Sumerian history and wrote a book called The Sumerians, Their History, Culture, and Character, which I'll post the link to this on X. For anybody who wants to read this 385-page book, I'll post the link. This book was written in 1963 and is one of the only surviving documented accounts of the Iraq version of the Sumerian Kings List. And after fully reading it, we have unlocked so much more. Before diving into this book, we have to understand that the Sumerian Kings List tablets that are now a part of the Oxford Collection in England were acquired in the 1800s yet again. Our timeline over and over. They were taken from Mesopotamia, which is modern-day Iraq, and they're now in England. These excavations were typically funded and directed by institutions in Europe and the United States. And then you have to ask, who was it that went into Iraq in 2003 and took these 15,000 plus items? Can you all remind me? Who went back to Iraq basically 200 years later? Who was this? This country was the most prominent European ally of this country in the Iraq War. The Oxford version of the Sumerian Kings List was found in 1922. I think they thought they found the whole thing and made a huge mistake, because following the Oxford version's discovery, the Iraq version was then discovered. And then just 70 years later, the Iraq version goes missing, and it's gone forever. Stories on how to live forever, or at least for thousands of years. Who would be interested in this kind of technology from the old world? It's very interesting. What a terrible mistake in the 1920s, leaving too soon and allowing Iraq to hold some of the most powerful information in the world, the Sumerian Kings List. With the same two groups involved in the 1920s and the early 2000s, what are the odds? Gilgamesh asks Utnapishtim for the secret to immortality in the Epic of Gilgamesh. He later reveals the existence of a plant that can restore youth. In episode 109, we located the Epic of Gilgamesh. We know that it's located in the British Museum. It was transported there and is kept stored away. And today, we find out that Samuel Noah Kramer's 1963 book, The Gilgamesh Stories, are discussed in the Iraq version of the Sumerian Kings List so many times. On page 60, we see that they were doing something in the 1960s. According to the Kings List, Gilgamesh was a ruler who became the supreme hero of Sumerian myth and legend. Where we know at this point that these aren't myths and they are not legends. These are literal text from the old world, in my opinion. Gilgamesh became a hero par excellence of the ancient world, the old world, the previous civilization, with an endless drive for fame, glory, and immortality, to such an extent that he has been taken by modern scholars to be a legendary figure rather than a real man and ruler. Modern scholars saying that he was a legend and not real, where we know that he was real because they were looking for him in the 1960s. Going on to say, although there is some hope that the excavations now being conducted in Erech may uncover some sooner or later the major city in Sumer, present-day Iraq, the location that Gilgamesh was said to rule. In 1955, they found the Tummel inscription, a 10-line inscription that explains Imbabrijisi and Gilgamesh both lived during the same time. Archaeologists have already discovered that Imbabrijisi was a real individual. They already know that he was real and not a myth. The Tummel inscription found in 1955 proves that Gilgamesh was not a mythical character. They lived at the same time, and these texts are not myth. It's clear. If you were trying to hide the true history of this place that we all live, you would go take the Sumerian kings list from Iraq in 2003. Clearly, there was something in there that would ruin their mainstream story hour. Within this text, Samuel Noah Kramer tells us something very interesting. Something that goes back to episode 61, The Land of Mu, telling us that there was a place called Dilmun, a land of deathlessness and immortality, where this character was transplanted to Dilmun once the gods had granted him immortality. Again, not knowing where Dilmun is located, where I believe that there is more land, that we are simply not shown. Dilmun was looked upon by the Sumerians as a blessed paradise land. It appears to have been Enki's home ground. Indeed, it seems to have been, or possibly still is today, the place where all of gods meet. Incredible. The Sumerian Kings list. It's becoming so clear. And it's no wonder this text was taken from our view in Iraq. Could you imagine if this is real? A real place that is here, where I believe it is. And we're not being told about it. If all of these things that are written about the old world are true, that Gilgamesh was real, the Sumerians, all of this would be incredible. We find their texts, and time again, these texts are taken from our view, so-called looted. Could you imagine if there's a land that is pure, bright, and a holy land that is free from sickness, death, and aging? It's mentioned multiple times in texts from the old world. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the myth of Enki and Ninhursag, often referred to as a sort of Eden-like garden. Could you even imagine if this place is still here and it's not being shown to us today? I can. This is the location of the Sumerian Kings list in Oxford, a portion of the story in my opinion. We are told that the Weld Blundell prism, an 8-inch high prism, is the most extensive version of the Sumerian Kings list, containing 4 sides with 2 columns on each side, listing the rulers from before the flood, stating that the kingship had descended from heaven. This is all a myth. It's all a legend. No, the King's List is inscribed on cuneiform tablets, with the Iraq version that was lost in 2003 likely included additional details. I believe what was found after the Oxford version was just a continuation from the book that was found originally. I have a feeling that they thought they found the whole thing, and then they took it to Oxford, England, and then Iraq found the rest of the King's List with additional information. So they didn't have the full story in Oxford, and they had to go back and get it in 2003, as well as so much more that they found at the same site, taking or destroying 15 2,000 plus artifacts from the old world. But I believe that they have the rest of the book now. I don't think that there was just multiple copies of the King's List just laying around. Again, all of this taking place in the 18 and 1900s, and even carrying into the 2000s. So you can see how new our civilization really is. The finders are still finding things. If you've seen all the episodes so far, you're going to see the pattern so clearly. You'll know that a reset took place, and our civilization was just running around finding things in the 18 and 1900s from the old world. It was just who could find it first, and those would be the leaders of this timeline. The people that could find the technology from the old world, the texts, the information, the tablets, the technology. They never documented they found these sites or texts in the 15 or 1600s. We've never seen it to this point. Over hours and hours of documented research. It has never happened. On page 328, titled E Sumerian King's List, it goes on to tell us what was on the Iraq version, the one that is now gone forever, the one that no picture remains of it. Samuel Noah Kramer. He told us in 1963 that the Sumerian King's List told all of us that Eridu Alalim reigned for 28,800 years as king. Alalgur reigned for 36,000 years, with 3 more individuals reigning for 108,000 years, and a grand total of 8 kings, spanning a total of 241,200 years, with a flood then taking place. This is all documented on old world texts, on the tablets that he saw, and they are now gone. And after the flood, the kings didn't reign nearly as long. 324 years right here and 900 years right here. It's still much longer than us today, but nowhere near the pre-flood individuals. And this is where we can show that Gilgamesh was very real, and he was much closer to our timeline than what we could have ever imagined. Seeing that according to the Sumerian King's List, Gilgamesh reigned for 126 years. Something changed within the last 1,000 years in this place that we live. Something massive. People were bigger. They lived so much longer. And these stories that have been removed from us prove it, in my opinion. The tablets show locations that are still here, that give you immortality. The tablets show the truth about this place that we live. They show who was here, who was powerful, and they gave us the old world technology back. These tablets are being hidden from the public, in my opinion. They have been looted by the exact same groups, just 70 years apart. The Sumerian King's List isn't just history. It is a roadmap. It's a key. It's proof that the old world existed and that the old world was far greater than they really want us to know. And I wonder if they didn't want us to know because they just wanted to keep it all for themselves. You tell me. The Sumerian King's List and Genesis, they were either written by the same individuals, or one was looking at the other's work, or they were working together. But one thing is undeniable. Both talk about the flood as a cataclysmic event that resets human history, with divine beings playing a central role. Both Genesis and the Sumerian King's List talk about a golden age where humans lived under different conditions and lived for so much longer than we've ever seen, just like we've talked about today. And this happened so much closer to our timeline than what we're being told, in my opinion. Both texts talk about the Garden of Eden, or Dilmun. This is a place that humans had immortality. Both stories ending the exact same way. Even the characters play the same exact roles with different names. Noah and Utnapishtim, both are chosen to survive the flood, and both are warned and helped to survive. The Sumerian King's List and the Book of Genesis are very similar, suggesting a possible connection, with one thing being very clear. Both describe the flood as a cataclysmic event that resets human history with divine beings playing a central role. Something happened, exactly like we've talked about for years now. A reset, and I don't believe it was thousands of years ago. I believe it was so much closer to our timeline than we could have ever imagined before. These stories give us incredible insight into our true history, as well as our questions about life and our purpose, with one being removed in 2003. This story is not just a random clay tablet. This was so much more important than that. It was stolen from our view. It held stories that are similar to Genesis. Could you imagine if Genesis was taken from us? Parts of it were removed, and we were given the excuse that it was just looted. Stories of the past turning out to be much more factual than we ever realized. Excavation projects taking place, trying to locate these individuals that are supposedly just myths. Finding their texts, and probably so much more. We are going to continue to look deeper. We're going to continue to question everything.
Cool figure. Follow me.